How to rewire your brain to enjoy discipline. Dopamine detox. Explained. There's a strange phenomenon happening right now. While you're watching this, part of your brain is calculating whether to keep paying attention or switch to something easier. That calculation happens thousands of times a day, and it's quietly destroying your ability to do anything meaningful. But what if I told you that the same neural mechanism making you avoid hard work can be flipped to make you crave it? What if discipline could feel as good as scrolling? That's not motivation talk. That's neuroscience. And by understanding how your brain actually works, you'll discover why willpower has been failing you and what you need to do instead. Your brain operates on a simple economic principle. It's constantly asking one question: what's the best return on energy investment? Every action you consider gets instantly evaluated. High effort, uncertain reward, your brain hits the brakes. Low effort, guaranteed pleasure, green light. This isn't a character flaw. This is survival programming from a time when conserving energy meant staying alive. The problem is, your ancient brain is now living in a modern world designed to exploit it. Every app, every snack, every piece of content has been engineered by teams of scientists to trigger the exact neural pathways that make you feel good with zero effort. Your brain isn't broken, it's being hacked. Let's talk about what's really happening in your head when you can't start that project or drag yourself to the gym. There's a tiny cluster of neurons called the nucleus accumbens. Think of it as your brain's motivation engine. It runs on a neurotransmitter called dopamine. But dopamine doesn't work the way most people think. It's not the pleasure chemical, it's the wanting chemical. Dopamine spikes when you anticipate a reward, not when you receive it. That's why scrolling feels so compelling. Every swipe might reveal something interesting, so your brain floods you with dopamine to keep you searching. But here's where it gets dark. When you get too many easy dopamine hits, your brain adapts. It's called down-regulation. Your dopamine receptors literally decrease in number, like your brain is turning down the volume on satisfaction. Now you need more stimulation to feel the same level of interest. A book that once captivated you feels boring. A workout that once energized you feels impossible. You're not losing discipline. You're experiencing a tolerance effect, just like with any other drug. This is why people who spend hours on social media often feel the most unmotivated. Their brains have been trained to expect constant, effortless rewards. Anything requiring sustained attention feels like punishment by comparison. The effort-toward ratio is all wrong. Your brain has been recalibrated to crave instant gratification, and real achievement can't compete with that. But the beautiful thing about neuroplasticity is that what can be broken can also be fixed. Your brain is constantly rewiring itself based on what you do. Every choice you make is either strengthening neural pathways for discipline or reinforcing pathways for distraction. The question isn't whether your brain will change, it's which direction you're pushing it. So, what exactly is a dopamine detox and why does it work? Despite what the name suggests, you're not actually detoxing from dopamine itself. You're removing the artificial hyperstimulating sources of it. Think of your dopamine system like a dimmer switch that's been cranked to maximum brightness for so long that normal light looks like darkness. A dopamine detox is about turning down that dial so your brain can recalibrate what normal feels like. When you remove the overwhelming sources of easy pleasure, something remarkable happens. Your dopamine receptors begin to upregulate. They become more sensitive. Suddenly, activities that seemed boring before start feeling engaging. The satisfaction of completing a task, the energy after a workout, the calm after focused work. These natural rewards start registering again. You're not becoming someone new. You're returning to baseline. You're remembering what it feels like to be driven by internal satisfaction rather than external stimulation. Most people fail at this because they approach it wrong. They try to white-knuckle through it, relying on willpower alone. But willpower is a finite resource, and it's no match for a dopamine-starved brain screaming for stimulation. Instead, you need to understand the transition period. For the first few days, you're going to feel restless, irritable, maybe even anxious. This is not weakness. This is withdrawal. Your brain has adapted to a certain level of stimulation, and now you're pulling it away. The discomfort you feel is actually a sign that the process is working. Your brain is being forced to adjust. The key is knowing that this phase is temporary. Most people give up right before the breakthrough because they interpret the discomfort as a sign they're doing something wrong. But that restlessness is your brain reorganizing itself. Push through it. Here's what you need to do, practically. Start by identifying your highest dopamine activities. Not the things you enjoy most, but the things that require the least effort for the most stimulation. For most people, this is their phone. Specifically, social media, short-form video content, or games. But it could also be junk food, online shopping, or pornography. Whatever gives you intense pleasure with minimal effort, that's your target. Now, here's the critical part. You don't have to eliminate these forever. You just need to eliminate them temporarily while your brain resets. Pick a frame time. 3 days is a minimum. 7 is better. 14 is transformative. During this period, you're creating artificial scarcity for easy dopamine, which forces your brain to find satisfaction in harder activities. But you can't just remove things. You have to replace them. Nature abhors a vacuum, and so does your brain. When you take away easy dopamine sources, you need to deliberately engage in activities that provide slower, more sustainable rewards. Read a physical book instead of scrolling, cook a meal instead of ordering, go for a walk without headphones instead of watching another video, exercise without music or podcasts, journal by hand, have a real conversation. These activities feel boring at first because your dopamine system is still tuned to high intensity. But here's the magic. As you persist, your brain starts releasing dopamine in anticipation of these activities too. After a few days of reading, your brain learns that opening a book leads to the satisfaction of learning something new. After a week of workouts, your brain starts craving the endorphin rush and sense of accomplishment. You're literally retraining your reward system. There's a crucial distinction here between pleasure and satisfaction. Pleasure is immediate and fleeting. It comes from external stimulation and requires no effort. Satisfaction is delayed and lasting. It comes from internal accomplishment and requires effort. Modern life bombards us with pleasure, but leaves us empty of satisfaction. That's why you can spend an entire day feeling entertained and still go to bed feeling unfulfilled. Your brain got pleasure, but no satisfaction. A dopamine detox shifts your focus from seeking pleasure to building satisfaction. And here's what nobody tells you. Satisfaction actually produces more dopamine over time than pleasure does. When you accomplish something difficult, when you push through resistance and come out the other side, your brain releases a cocktail of neurochemicals, including dopamine, serotonin, and endorphins. This is the feeling athletes call a runner's high. It's what creators feel after hours of focused work. It's the deep contentment that comes from discipline, and it's far more powerful and lasting than any notification could ever be. The neuroscience backs this up. Studies show that delayed gratification activates the prefrontal cortex, the part of your brain responsible for planning, decision-making, and self-control. The more you practice delaying gratification, the stronger these neural pathways become. Meanwhile, instant gratification activates more primitive parts of your brain, the limbic system, which operates on impulse and emotion. Every time you choose discipline over distraction, you're quite literally strengthening the advanced parts of your brain and weakening the primitive parts. You're upgrading your operating system. Over time, this changes your default setting. Discipline stops feeling like a battle against yourself and starts feeling like your natural state. This is what people mean when they say discipline becomes a habit. It's not that it becomes easy, it's that your brain rewires to prefer it. Let me tell you what happens after a proper detox. You'll notice your attention span expanding. Things that used to bore you within minutes will hold your focus for an hour. You'll feel a clarity of thought that's been missing. Ideas will come more easily. You'll make decisions faster because you're not constantly seeking validation through your phone. You'll have more energy because you're not riding a roller coaster of dopamine spikes and crashes. Most surprisingly, you'll start feeling genuine excitement about things that used to feel like chores. That project you've been avoiding, you'll actually want to work on it. That gym session, you'll look forward to it. This isn't toxic positivity or fake motivation. This is your brain functioning the way it was designed to before it got hijacked by algorithms. But here's the thing that people don't want to hear. This isn't a one-time fix. Your brain will always try to drift back toward easy rewards. That's not a bug. That's a feature. The key is building systems that make discipline the path of least resistance. This is where environment design becomes crucial. If your phone is next to your bed, you'll check it first thing in the morning. If healthy food is prepared and visible, you'll eat it. If your workout clothes are laid out, you'll work out. You can't rely on willpower when your environment is sabotaging you. Design your life so that the dopamine-rich activities require effort to access, and the satisfaction-rich activities are effortless to start. Delete social media apps from your phone. Use website blockers. Put your phone in another room when you work. Make junk food inconvenient and healthy food convenient. Every barrier you put between yourself and distraction is a vote for the person you're trying to become. There's also a social component to this that's often overlooked. The people around you are constantly influencing your dopamine baseline. If everyone in your life is scrolling, binging, and seeking instant gratification, you'll be pulled in that direction. But if you surround yourself with people who value focus, discipline, and deep work, their habits become contagious. This doesn't mean abandoning your friends. It means being intentional about who you spend your time with and what activities you do together. Seek out communities that reinforce the behaviors you want to develop. Find accountability partners who are on the same journey. Your brain is shaped not just by what you do, but by who you're with. Now, let's address the elephant in the room. Some of you are thinking, "This sounds miserable. Why would I want to make life harder?" And that's the trap. You're thinking about it from the perspective of someone whose brain is already hijacked. From your current state, discipline does seem harder than distraction. But from the other side, from the perspective of someone with a recalibrated brain, discipline feels easier than distraction, because distraction leaves you feeling empty, anxious, and behind. Discipline leaves you feeling accomplished, confident, and in control. Which is actually harder? Spending your days chasing dopamine hits that never satisfy you, or building a life where effort itself becomes rewarding. The path of least resistance in the short term is actually the path of most resistance in the long term. This is about reclaiming agency over your own mind. Right now, if you're honest, you're not really in control. Your phone controls when you feel bored. Algorithms control what you think about. Apps control how you spend your time. That's not freedom. That's hijacking. True freedom is having a brain that works for you, not against you. It's being able to choose difficult things and actually enjoy doing them. It's waking up excited about your work instead of dreading it. It's going to bed satisfied instead of guilty. That's what's on the other side of this process. Not perfection, not ease, but alignment. Your actions finally matching your intentions. Your daily choices finally moving you toward your goals instead of away from them. The rewiring process never truly ends because you're always either reinforcing discipline or reinforcing distraction. Every moment is a choice. But after you've reset your dopamine system, the choices become easier. The pull toward distraction weakens. The pull toward meaningful work strengthens. You develop what psychologists call intrinsic motivation. You do things because they're satisfying in themselves, not because you're chasing an external reward. This is the highest form of discipline. It's not forced, it's not white-knuckled, it's natural, it's who you are. So here's what I want you to do. Don't just watch this video and move on. That's what the old version of you would do. Instead, make one concrete decision right now. What's the single highest source of empty dopamine in your life? Identify it. Then commit to removing it for the next 7 days. Not forever, just 7 days. Notice what happens. Notice the restlessness. Notice when it peaks. Notice when it starts to fade. Notice what fills the space. Notice how your relationship with effort begins to shift. Document the process, because once you see it happening in real time, once you feel your brain rewiring itself, you'll never want to go back. You'll realize that you weren't meant to live as a slave to algorithms and impulses. You were meant to be someone who does hard things and loves doing them. That version of you is waiting, and the path to becoming them starts with a single choice to let your brain breathe, to step away from the noise, and to trust that on the other side of temporary discomfort is permanent transformation. Your brain is ready to be rewired. The only question is, are you ready to do it? Part 2. Reclaiming the driver's seat of the mind. Most people spend their entire lives being driven, not by purpose, but by impulse. They think they're choosing, but they're only reacting. A notification pings, and their attention jumps. A craving appears, and their body obeys. If you zoomed out and watched an average day of your life, you'd see something almost mechanical. A sequence of stimulus and response, like a program running itself. And the tragedy is, you were born to write the code, not to be the code. So how do you take back control when the system itself is designed to keep you distracted? It begins with awareness. Not the vague kind people talk about online, but the brutal, microscopic kind. The kind that exposes every automatic motion, every unconscious reach for the phone, every time your hand moves before your mind even realizes it. Awareness breaks the loop. It's the moment you catch yourself before the action completes. That tiny pause, that single breath of consciousness is where freedom begins. Because between stimulus and response, there's always a gap. And that gap is the birthplace of power. When you start observing your impulses instead of obeying them, you're rewiring your prefrontal cortex. You're teaching your brain that it has a choice. And each time you exercise that choice, you weaken the old pathways of compulsion and strengthen the circuits of discipline. At first, it feels impossible, like fighting an invisible gravity. Your mind will scream for the easy hit, the screen, the sugar, the comfort. It will rationalize just for a minute. But if you can hold that inner turbulence without reacting, you're literally sculpting your brain in real time. That's what neuroplasticity means. Your thoughts are carving new architecture inside your skull. And if you repeat it long enough, discipline stops being resistance. It becomes identity. Now let's go deeper. Every behavior you repeat has a cue, a routine, and a reward. This is the habit loop. It's ancient, primal, and remarkably consistent. To change a habit, you don't destroy it. You reassign its meaning. You keep the cue, you keep the reward, but you swap the routine in the middle. For example, stress hits, the cue. You usually grab your phone, the routine. You get a tiny hit of distraction, the reward. Now, replace the middle. When stress hits, take one deep breath and walk outside instead. Different routine, same reward, relief. Your brain learns that calm can come from stillness, not scrolling. That's the secret behind long-term change, not fighting yourself, but redirecting energy. Because discipline isn't suppression, it's intelligent redirection. When people say, "I need more motivation," what they really mean is, "I haven't trained my reward system yet." Motivation is unreliable because it depends on emotion, but emotion is a wave. It rises and falls, and you can't build a life on tides. What lasts is meaning. When your actions align with a deeper why, discipline stops being painful. It becomes sacred. That's the part most people miss about dopamine detox. It's not about deprivation, it's about revelation. You're not punishing yourself by removing stimulation. You're giving yourself a chance to feel again. Because overstimulation numbs not only your pain, but also your joy. When everything feels meh, it's not life that lost its color. It's your receptors that forgot how to see it. Silence reactivates them. Boredom reawakens them. When you sit in stillness long enough, your nervous system begins to recalibrate. You'll start noticing subtleties you once ignored. The rhythm of your breath, the warmth of sunlight, the sound of your own thoughts. At first it feels unbearable, then it feels peaceful, and eventually it feels alive. That's the paradox of detox. You lose excitement, but you gain depth. Now let's talk about something few people ever master. The art of delayed reward. The ability to delay gratification is the single most predictive factor for long-term success and emotional stability. Children who learned to wait for a second marshmallow didn't just get better grades. Decades later, they had stronger relationships, healthier bodies, and greater life satisfaction. Why? Because delayed reward reshapes the brain's valuation system. It tells your neurons that long-term meaning is worth more than short-term comfort. Each time you resist an impulse, you're depositing energy into your future self. Each repetition tells your mind, I'm the kind of person who can wait. And identity is everything. Habits are votes for the person you're becoming. Every action whispers into your subconscious, this is who I am. That's why even the smallest act of discipline matters. It's not about doing something impressive. It's about reinforcing a narrative, the narrative of strength, clarity, and control. If you say you'll wake up at 7 and you actually do it, your self-trust grows. If you say you'll work for an hour and you keep that promise, your self-image upgrades. Each kept promise rewires your sense of self, and one day, without realizing when it happened, you'll look in the mirror and realize discipline is no longer something you do. It's something you are. But here's the deeper truth. Discipline, in its purest form, isn't about effort at all. It's about love. When you love something enough, your art, your craft, your purpose, you don't need to force yourself to show up. You want to. True discipline is devotion disguised as effort, and devotion makes the hard things feel light. That's why monks, warriors, and artists all share the same serenity in the midst of struggle. They're not chasing reward. They're worshiping process. So maybe it's time to stop asking, how can I be more disciplined? And start asking, what do I love enough to suffer for? Because whatever you're willing to suffer for reveals what truly matters. And in that space, discipline stops being punishment and becomes freedom. Part 3, engineering your inner and outer environment. There's a reason monks live in monasteries, not because the walls are holy, but because the environment is designed for clarity. They understood something modern people forgot. Your surroundings are not neutral. They're psychological architecture. Every object in your space, every notification sound, every visual cue is shaping the direction of your mind. You think you have free will, but your environment has already cast the vote. A phone on your desk whispers, check me. A messy room hums, there's no order here. A ready meal says, take the easy route, and your brain listens. Because your mind isn't built to fight thousands of micro-temptations a day. It's built to adapt to whatever world it inhabits. So if you want to change your behavior, you must first change your environment, not through grand gestures, but through quiet, invisible design. Make friction your ally. If you want to read more, place a book where your phone usually rests. If you want to scroll less, keep your charger in another room. If you want to eat better, hide the junk food and display the fruit. Humans follow the path of least resistance. So make the right thing the easiest thing. This is not self-control, it's self-engineering. Once you understand that, you stop fighting your impulses and start guiding them, because discipline fails when you rely on willpower alone. Willpower is like a matchstick, bright but brief. Environment is the candle that keeps the flame alive. Now, let's zoom inward. The external environment matters, but your inner environment determines everything. It's the emotional climate you wake up inside every day. If your inner world is filled with noise, constant worry, guilt, unfinished thoughts, then no outer system will save you. You'll sabotage every structure you build. So before designing your workspace, you must declutter your mind. How? By confronting the backlog of mental tabs still open, the text you never replied to, the task you've postponed, the conversation you're avoiding. Each unresolved item consumes cognitive bandwidth. Your brain treats them like unsaved files. They loop endlessly in the background, draining attention, creating the illusion of fatigue. The solution isn't productivity, it's closure. Finish what's unfinished, forgive what's unspoken, write down what you must release. Clarity doesn't appear when you add more. It appears when you subtract. Once you clear that inner clutter, discipline feels lighter because there's finally space for focus to breathe. Now let's talk about energy cycles. Every mind operates on rhythm, focus, fatigue, recovery. A repeating dance of neural chemistry. You can't force flow state by sheer will. You must learn to respect your biology. Deep work is not about working more hours, it's about using the right hours. Neuroscientists call it the ultradian rhythm. Roughly 90-minute cycles of peak energy, followed by 15 to 20 minutes of natural decline. If you push through the decline, your performance drops and dopamine sensitivity plummets. But if you rest intentionally, stand up, stretch, breathe, step outside, stare at the horizon, you allow the brain's neurotransmitters to reset. And when you return, your focus multiplies. This is how elite performers work. They're not superhuman. They're synced with their rhythm. You can't fight your biology forever, but you can choreograph it. Now, there's another layer most people ignore: the aesthetic of discipline. Your environment should not only be functional, it should be symbolic, because symbols speak to the subconscious. A clean desk is not just order, it's a statement. My mind is clear. A single candle lit before you write signals to your nervous system that it's time to enter ritual. The scent, the flame, the silence, they anchor the mind into sacred focus. Discipline, at its highest form, is a form of art direction. You're designing a theater for the soul. Every morning, the actors are your thoughts. The script is your intention, and the lighting, the sound, the set, that's your environment. Make it deliberate, make it aligned. Now, let's address the void. When you remove easy dopamine, you'll encounter something unsettling: boredom. But boredom isn't the enemy, it's the doorway. We've been taught to fear it because boredom exposes the emptiness we run from. The silence after the noise feels like withdrawal from existence itself. But if you stay long enough, you'll find that beneath boredom lies something sacred: stillness. Stillness is the ground from which all creation arises. It's where ideas are born, where intuition whispers, where the mind reorganizes itself. That's why monks sit in silence for hours, not to escape life, but to reset their inner operating system. When you do nothing, your brain begins to repair itself. The default mode network activates, the region responsible for introspection, memory integration, and creative insight. This is where solutions appear effortlessly in showers, walks, or quiet mornings. So don't fear the void. Use it. Protect it. Make boredom sacred again. Because in a world that worships speed, stillness becomes rebellion. And rebellion, when done consciously, is evolution. Now, imagine this. You wake up tomorrow and decide to live by design, not by default. You check your phone only after 2 hours of silence. You move your body before you open a single app. You eat slowly. You write something real. The day feels longer, the colors sharper. You begin to notice life again. And suddenly you realize this is what freedom feels like. Freedom isn't doing whatever you want. It's wanting what you do. When you reach that point, dopamine is no longer your master. It's your messenger, a signal that life still excites you, but under your command. Part 4, entering the flow. When discipline becomes joy. There's a moment that only arrives when you've walked through discomfort long enough. It's subtle, almost invisible. You start a task you once dreaded, and suddenly hours disappear. The noise fades, the mind quiets. The world narrows to a single point of attention. That is the state of flow. It's the holy ground between effort and ease, where doing feels like being. Most people never reach it because they quit right before the threshold. They mistake the resistance before flow for a sign to stop, when in truth, it's the last gate before transcendence. Every flow state begins in friction. The brain resists effort because it anticipates pain. But once you cross the activation barrier, a cascade of neurochemicals takes over: dopamine, norepinephrine, endorphins, anandamide. Focus deepens, time bends, discipline becomes joy. This is why the best moments of your life rarely came from comfort. They came from immersion. Those long hours of creation, the workout where you forgot the clock, the conversation that felt eternal. Flow is nature's reward for commitment. It's not a hack. It's a biological response to total presence. But presence can't exist when your attention is fractured. Every notification, every mental tab left open pulls you away from the portal. So to enter flow, you must remove friction before you begin. Turn your phone off. Silence everything. Prepare your tools, your space, your ritual. Then start ugly, start awkward, start before you feel ready. Because the brain's reward system only activates after you begin. Waiting for motivation before starting is like waiting to get warm before lighting the fire. Movement ignites momentum. And momentum, that's the secret heartbeat of discipline. Most people never build it because they stop too soon. They work for 15 minutes, feel no spark, and assume they've failed. But the spark only appears after sustained friction. That's the rule of nature. Pressure precedes flow. Think of it like a rocket. The first 90% of fuel is used just to escape gravity. The rest is effortless. Discipline is the same. You burn the most energy at the start, but once you break orbit, you glide. And here's the beautiful twist. The same dopamine system that once enslaved you to distraction now becomes the engine of focus. You trained it, you reversed it, you reclaimed it. When you start craving effort itself, you've officially stepped into the next level of human consciousness. Because now you understand that pleasure was never the enemy of discipline, it was just misplaced. Let's go deeper. Pleasure becomes destructive when it's disconnected from purpose, but when aligned with creation, pleasure becomes fuel. Artists, athletes, thinkers, they all report the same phenomenon. The deep satisfaction that follows hard focus is more intoxicating than any instant hit. That's not coincidence. That's neurochemistry. After prolonged effort, the brain releases serotonin and endorphins, chemicals associated with peace, accomplishment, and fulfillment. They arrive slower than dopamine, but they last longer. That's why you feel content after meaningful work and empty after endless scrolling. Same brain, different chemistry. So the goal is not to suppress pleasure, it's to upgrade its source. Replace artificial highs with earned highs. Replace distraction with direction. Replace stimulation with satisfaction. And over time, your nervous system will adjust its taste. The same way someone who once craved fast food starts craving clean meals after detox, your brain begins to hunger for the purity of focus. That's the rewiring in action. Now let's explore what happens when you sustain this for weeks. Your baseline dopamine stabilizes. The constant roller coaster flattens into calm. The anxiety that once whispered, do more, consume more, be more, fades into silence. You start enjoying simplicity. A cup of tea feels profound. Music feels alive again. Conversations regain texture. You stop chasing highs and start living in rhythm. This rhythm, the oscillation between deep work and deep rest, is where true mastery begins. Because mastery is not perfection. It's consistency across time. It's showing up when no one's watching, when no one claps, when no one cares. That's where you build the invisible power that the world later calls talent. People will say you're gifted. They won't see the hundreds of invisible mornings where you fought gravity and won. They'll think you were born disciplined. But you'll know the truth. Discipline is not a gift. It's a garden. You water it every day, and eventually it bears fruit, not applause, but peace. That peace, the quiet satisfaction of a mind in order, is the rarest currency left in the modern world. When you reach it, you stop needing constant entertainment, because your inner life becomes entertaining enough. You stop craving validation, because your work itself validates you. And most importantly, you stop fearing solitude, because solitude becomes the home of strength. When you can sit alone, without distraction, without noise, without needing to escape, you've reached the foundation of freedom. This is the paradox of all deep journeys. You go inward to return outward stronger. The world doesn't need more motivated people. It needs more centered ones. People who don't react to every impulse. People who live intentionally, move slowly, and act from conviction, not craving. When you become that person, you'll notice something strange. The world starts to bend around you, not because you control it, but because you're no longer controlled by it. That's the real rewiring, not just neurons, but destiny. Part 5. The strategic mind, building systems that outlast motivation. There's a quiet intelligence hidden inside every disciplined person. It's not loud. It doesn't post. It plans. Because discipline without strategy burns out. But discipline with structure becomes unstoppable. The difference between temporary motivation and lifelong mastery is architecture. You don't rise to the level of your goals. You fall to the level of your systems. So if you want a different life, don't chase better feelings. Build better frameworks. Let's begin with the most essential one, the architecture of momentum. Every day of your life is either a vote for chaos or order, and your routines are the ballots. You don't need a grand plan. You need small, repeatable actions that require zero decision, because decision-making drains willpower faster than effort. That's why the greatest performers automate the beginning of their day, not because they're obsessed with control, but because they understand the psychology of energy. Each morning should begin like a ritual, not mechanical, sacred. You wake up, you make your bed, you drink water, you move your body, you breathe. Those first minutes set the tone of your internal world. They tell your nervous system, we are in control. And once control is established, focus becomes effortless. Now, let's talk about strategic friction. Most people design their lives for convenience, but convenience is the enemy of greatness. Comfort smooths the edges of growth. Friction sharpens them. Strategic friction means creating tiny obstacles between you and your worst habits. Delete apps. Log out after every use. Put junk food out of reach. Make distraction expensive. Every second of inconvenience is a second of awareness. And awareness is what turns automation back into choice. Now, let's flip it. Reduce friction for the behaviors you want. If you want to meditate, keep the mat visible. If you want to journal, leave the notebook open on your desk. If you want to work out, sleep in your training clothes. This is environmental design on a micro scale. Discipline without effort. Remember, your brain is lazy, not evil. It simply chooses what's easiest. So design your life so that the right thing is easiest. That's the essence of strategic discipline. It's not about fighting temptation every day. It's about removing the need to fight at all. Now, there's another layer: identity loops. You can't outwork a self-image that contradicts your actions. If deep down you believe you're lazy, your brain will find ways to prove you right. So the most powerful system you can build is the one that reinforces who you want to be. This is why small wins matter so much. Each time you follow through, you cast a vote for your new identity. I'm someone who keeps promises. I'm someone who shows up. Over time, repetition overwrites self-doubt. Identity follows evidence. Belief follows behavior. And when identity locks in, discipline becomes instinct. Now let's explore something few people dare to touch: the emotional economy of discipline. Because behind every failure of willpower is an unregulated emotion. You don't skip the gym because you're lazy. You skip it because you're tired, anxious, or overwhelmed. You don't procrastinate because you lack ambition. You procrastinate because you fear imperfection. So before you fix your habits, you must understand your emotions. Discipline is not cold logic. It's emotional mastery disguised as structure. The most disciplined people feel deeply. They just learned how to direct emotion instead of drowning in it. Every emotion carries energy: anger, fear, excitement, desire. Most people discharge it through escape. The disciplined channel it through creation. Anger becomes power. Fear becomes focus. Sadness becomes reflection. Desire becomes vision. When you learn to transmute emotion, you no longer need constant motivation, because emotion itself becomes fuel. And that's when your discipline evolves into something higher, a kind of spiritual engineering. Because at this level, you're not just optimizing behavior, you're aligning being. Let's go deeper into that. In the ancient world, discipline wasn't about punishment or control, it was devotion, the act of aligning one's daily life with one's highest truth. The Stoics called it ascesis, a practice, a training, a refinement of the soul through deliberate action. Each moment of restraint, each choice of focus, each breath taken consciously was a prayer without words. Modern life stripped that sacredness away. We reduced discipline to productivity. We forgot it was once a form of worship of the possible self. So when you train your mind, don't do it just to be efficient. Do it to be free. Because true freedom is not doing whatever you want. It's mastering what you want. That's why ancient warriors meditated before battle, not to escape violence, but to meet it with clarity. That's why artists and monks share the same silence, because both serve the same master: presence. Discipline at its root is remembering what you serve. When you live without discipline, you serve impulse. When you live with discipline, you serve intention. One path leads to chaos, the other leads to peace. And here's the paradox. The more structured your life becomes, the more freedom you feel. Because boundaries are not cages. They are scaffolds. They hold your energy until it grows strong enough to stand on its own. Now let's talk about long-term systems of self-renewal. Discipline dies when it's not balanced with recovery. You can't sprint forever. You need seasons, just like the earth: growth, harvest, rest, renewal. If you try to grow all year long, you deplete the soil. The same happens with your mind. Rest is not the absence of progress. It's the maintenance of it. So build recovery into your system. Sleep deeply, move daily, spend time in nature. Disconnect to reconnect. And when you rest, rest completely. No guilt, no multitasking. True rest recharges the circuits that sustain focus. Now, imagine this version of yourself. You wake early, not because you have to, but because you're drawn to stillness. You eat with awareness. You work with presence. You rest without shame. You move through your day like a sculptor shaping time. Every choice deliberate, every action meaningful. And slowly, your life becomes an artwork of discipline. Because that's what the strategic mind does. It doesn't fight the chaos of the world. It designs around it. Part 6. The sacred architecture of time. Time is not what we think it is. It's not hours and minutes. It's attention. Where your attention goes, your life goes. Most people lose their lives not through tragedy, but through leakage. 1,000 tiny distractions, 1,000 invisible cuts of divided focus. They don't die once. They die slowly, scroll by scroll, notification by notification. But you can build a different relationship with time, one that turns every hour into meaning. The ancients treated time as sacred. The rising of the sun wasn't just a signal to wake. It was an invitation to align. Morning was for creation, midday for action, evening for reflection. They understood what we've forgotten. Productivity without reverence is just motion. But when you fill time with intention, it becomes ritual. Every day can be a ceremony of becoming, if you design it. Start by dividing your day into 3 sacred zones: the mind zone, the body zone, the spirit zone. The mind zone is where you do deep work. Writing, creating, thinking, building. It's when your focus is sharpest. Protect it like a temple. No notifications, no noise, no unnecessary movement. One task, one breath, one direction. The body zone is where you reconnect with the physical. Movement, nourishment, sunlight, rest. Because the mind can't function inside a neglected vessel. You are not a brain riding a body. You are a symphony of biology and awareness. The spirit zone is where you recharge the invisible. Silence, gratitude, presence, reflection. This is where you remember why you're doing all this in the first place. Because discipline without spirit becomes tyranny. Each day, you touch all 3 zones. Each day, you return to balance. And over time, you'll notice something subtle. Your days stop blurring together. They start to mean something. Now, let's talk about the hidden geometry of attention. Your focus isn't infinite. It expands and contracts like a lens. When you scatter it, everything becomes shallow. When you converge it, reality deepens. Most people live in wide angle, seeing everything, absorbing nothing. But the masters live in zoom. They dive so deep into a single task that time itself dissolves. Depth creates meaning. Meaning creates memory. That's why you remember the day you finished your first creation. Forget every day you spent scrolling. Memory is the residue of attention. What you attend to, you become. So if your days are disappearing too fast, it's not because time is speeding up. It's because your attention is being stolen. Reclaim it, and you reclaim your life. Now, let's step into something few dare to consider. Discipline as prayer, not in a religious sense, but in the sense of devotion to what's real. When you bring full awareness to what you do, whether it's washing a dish or writing a page, you sanctify the ordinary, because the sacred isn't found in temples or chants, it's found in presence. Presence is the modern miracle, the one thing algorithms can't replicate. When you focus deeply, you become infinite within the finite. And that's where joy hides, not in achievement, but in absorption, not in arriving, but in disappearing into what you love. To live this way requires a radical shift. You must stop seeing discipline as a means to an end. It is the end. The daily act of showing up, of shaping your time with care, is the art itself. You don't meditate to be calm. You meditate to remember who you are. You don't work out to look better. You move to feel alive. You don't journal to be productive. You write to listen to your own soul. Everything changes when you see discipline not as punishment, but as communion. Every act of attention becomes a form of gratitude. Every repetition, a declaration, I am alive and I am choosing. And the universe responds to that kind of awareness, because attention is not passive, it's creative. Whatever you hold in your awareness long enough, with enough energy, becomes reality. That's not mysticism, that's physics. Your focus directs energy. Energy shapes matter. So if your attention is fragmented, your life will be too. But if your attention is ordered, your world becomes coherent. That's why monks build gardens, why craftsmen polish wood, why artists obsess over light. They're not just perfecting objects, they're perfecting awareness. And that awareness, that presence, is the purest form of discipline. Now let's talk about the friction of purpose. Because when your life starts to align, you'll notice resistance return in new forms, not as distraction, but as doubt. Is this really worth it? Am I on the right path? Who am I to think I can do this? These are not signs you're failing. They're signs you're expanding. Every time you grow, your comfort zone screams for you to come back. But listen carefully. Discipline doesn't mean ignoring your doubt. It means walking with it. You let it speak, but you don't let it steer. Because doubt only hurts when you believe it means stop. In truth, it means you're entering unknown territory, the exact place where transformation begins. The greatest paradox is this: certainty feels safe, but it kills evolution. Uncertainty feels terrifying, but it creates genius. So stay in the tension, stay in the stretch, stay in the not knowing. That's where your future self is being born. And when the noise gets too loud, return to silence. Because silence will always remind you that the voice worth listening to was never outside. Part 7. The alchemy of the mind, turning pain into power. Every transformation begins with a fracture, a breaking point. Something in you cracks, a habit, a belief, a story you thought was permanent, and it hurts. Most people run from that pain. They drown it in noise, in work, in distraction. But pain, if faced consciously, is the fire that refines the mind. There's a reason every ancient tradition speaks of alchemy, not the childish dream of turning lead into gold, but the sacred process of turning suffering into wisdom. Pain is the raw material, awareness is the flame, and discipline is the crucible that holds the heat long enough for transformation. You can't evolve without discomfort. Growth demands friction, because friction is feedback. It shows you where the old patterns still live. The mind resists change, not because it fears effort, but because it fears death, the death of the familiar self. But every identity you've ever had was once unfamiliar too. That means you've already done this. You've already died and been reborn many times. Every reinvention was preceded by confusion, chaos, resistance. So the next time you feel lost, remember, you're not broken. You're molting. You're shedding a layer that no longer fits. Now let's bring this down to the practical, the discipline of emotional transmutation. When something painful happens, a setback, rejection, failure, you have a sacred window of choice. You can collapse into it or you can convert it. To convert it, you must stay with it, not escape, not analyze, just feel. Feeling consciously is an act of courage because emotion seeks movement, not suppression. When you let it move through you without attaching a story to it, it releases its energy cleanly, and that energy becomes available again for focus, for creation, for life. That's what emotional alchemy truly is, using awareness to digest experience. Most people carry emotional indigestion their entire lives. They never finish processing what happened to them. They hold resentment, regret, self-blame, frozen emotions looping endlessly in the background. And those loops drain dopamine faster than any addiction. When you finally face the emotion directly, you unplug the leak. You reclaim your energy, your drive, your clarity. That's why shadow work matters, not because it's trendy, but because it clears the debris between you and power. The more parts of yourself you integrate, the less energy you waste pretending. And with that recovered energy, discipline feels effortless because you're no longer fighting yourself. You're unified. Now, let's talk about what happens when you live this way for months. Something extraordinary begins to happen. The brain stops chasing novelty. It starts craving depth. Instead of needing new stimulation, you find yourself returning to the same practices, reading, writing, training, meditating, but each time they feel richer, more alive, like new layers unfolding inside the same act. That's mastery. Not doing more, but seeing more in what you do. You realize that repetition isn't boring. It's revealing. The same routine becomes a mirror showing how much you've changed. That's why the wise treat discipline as spiritual practice. Because it's through repetition that the invisible becomes visible. Every sunrise feels the same, but no sunrise ever truly is. Your daily actions are like that. They seem ordinary until you see them with new eyes. Now let's address one of the most dangerous myths of our time, that freedom means zero structure. In reality, freedom without form is chaos, and chaos feels like anxiety. That's why so many people chase freedom but feel lost once they get it. Structure isn't limitation, it's containment. It gives your potential shape. It allows energy to move with purpose instead of spilling everywhere. Think of a river. It's powerful because it's contained. Remove the banks, and it becomes a swamp. Your mind is the same. Discipline is what keeps the current flowing. Now, imagine a life where every system supports your higher self. Your morning ritual grounds you. Your workspace invites focus. Your relationships mirror your values. Your habits reinforce peace. That's not control. That's alignment. And alignment feels like serenity. The noise in your head quiets. The constant self-negotiation fades. You stop asking, "Should I?" and start living as if the answer is already yes. Because at that point, discipline isn't about making choices anymore. It's about being the choice. You become the kind of person whose default state is coherence, and coherence radiates power. People will sense it when you enter a room, not through words, but through presence, because a disciplined mind emits calm the same way a tuned instrument emits resonance. That calm is contagious. It stabilizes everything around it. That's why true leaders don't command. They center. Now, let's take this one layer higher. The dopamine reset as a spiritual initiation. At first, it's about habits. Then it's about focus. But eventually, it becomes about identity. You realize you're not rewiring your brain just to work harder. You're rewiring it to perceive reality differently. You start noticing how subtle everything is, how silence speaks, how boredom breathes, how ordinary moments carry microscopic miracles. That's the final phase of detox, when the world itself becomes interesting again. When you no longer need noise to feel alive. When you find beauty in the pause between breaths. When you realize that every moment, even washing a dish, tying a shoe, closing a door, can become a meditation. Because once you've cleaned the circuitry of your mind, the signal of life becomes clear again. And in that clarity, discipline transforms into devotion. You're no longer forcing yourself to do the right things. You're honoring them. The workout becomes gratitude for movement. The journal becomes communion with your own consciousness. The quiet hour before dawn becomes prayer without words. This is where science meets spirit, where dopamine meets dharma, where effort meets grace. The discipline that began in struggle ends in serenity, because you no longer see discipline as sacrifice. You see it as sacred alignment with who you were always meant to be. And in that moment, the moment you stop fighting the process, your brain, your body, your spirit finally move as one. That's not just rewiring, that's rebirth. Part 8. Integration, the new circuit of conscious living. Once you've walked through the fire of rewiring, something extraordinary begins to unfold. Not suddenly, quietly, like dawn light revealing the outline of a mountain that was there all along. You begin to sense a new order inside you. Thoughts no longer pull in 10 directions. Desires no longer fight each other. The mind, once noisy and fragmented, starts moving like a single river. Calm, directed, unstoppable. This is integration, the phase where effort turns into elegance. You're not chasing discipline anymore. You've become it. But to sustain this state, you must understand something most people ignore. The brain doesn't stop changing. It's always adapting to whatever it's repeatedly exposed to. That means even after you reset your dopamine system, the world will try to hijack it again. Every advertisement, every algorithm, every endless feed is a tug on your attention. So your task now is vigilance. Not paranoia, but awareness. You must become the guardian of your mind, the keeper of your frequency. Think of your attention like a garden. You can't pull weeds once and expect them never to grow back. You must tend it daily. That doesn't mean obsession. It means observation. When distraction calls, you notice it without judgment. When laziness whispers, you greet it with curiosity. And when old patterns resurface, because they will, you smile. Because now you see them for what they are, echoes, not commands. Awareness turns relapse into research. Each slip becomes feedback. Each challenge becomes data. That's what mastery looks like. Not perfection, but continuous calibration. Now let's talk about how to stabilize this new architecture long term. There are 3 pillars: ritual, rhythm, renewal. Ritual gives your brain anchors. When you repeat small sacred actions, morning tea, journaling, breath work, they act like neural bookmarks, reminding your nervous system where home is. Each ritual says, "This is who we are now." Rhythm gives your life coherence. You're not a machine, you're an organism. You need ebb and flow, work and rest, silence and sound. Find your rhythm and defend it, because rhythm, not intensity, is what makes discipline sustainable. And finally, renewal. Without renewal, structure becomes prison. Renewal means play, laughter, movement, nature. It's not a luxury, it's neurochemical maintenance. Joy refuels focus. Awe resets the dopamine baseline. Gratitude rebalances the emotional field. That's why the most grounded people you'll ever meet often laugh easily. They've learned that seriousness without softness hardens the soul. Remember, discipline is not rigidity, it's fluid strength, like water, guided by purpose. Now, there's another stage most people never reach: creative synchronization. When your brain, heart, and body begin to operate as a single coherent system, intuition sharpens. You start anticipating needs before they arise. Ideas appear at the exact moment you can use them. Coincidences increase. Reality begins to feel cooperative. That's not magic, it's alignment. You've removed the internal static that used to distort the signal of life. Now you can hear it clearly. This is where discipline transcends effort and becomes artistry. You move through your day not as a soldier marching toward goals, but as a dancer following rhythm. Every action feels intentional. Even mistakes carry grace. You start realizing that there's no real separation between focus and freedom, between effort and ease, between science and spirit. They were always different sides of the same energy. When you reach this stage, a strange calm takes over. You no longer fear losing motivation because you've built something stronger. Momentum. Momentum is living discipline. It carries you even on days you feel dull. Because once the system is in motion, it resists inertia naturally. Like a planet in orbit, effortless, yet constant. That's the beauty of long-term discipline. It stops feeling like striving and starts feeling like breathing. Now let's talk about something profound: the creative field of attention. Your focus doesn't just shape your experience, it shapes reality. Modern neuroscience calls it selective perception. Quantum theory calls it observation effect. Mystics call it manifestation. Different languages for the same law. What you consistently attend to expands. So if you fill your awareness with chaos, chaos grows. If you fill it with order, order crystallizes. That's why mastering attention is the ultimate creative act. Every time you sit in silence, every time you choose focus over impulse, you're sculpting reality itself. And this is where the dopamine detox reveals its true gift. Not just productivity, but sovereignty. You've taken back the throne of your own mind. You no longer chase meaning, you generate it. And that changes everything. Work becomes meditation. Rest becomes ritual. Presence becomes prayer. You start living as if every moment were holy, because it is. And in that awareness, life stops being a problem to solve and becomes a mystery to experience. That's the completion of the rewiring, not the end, but the beginning of conscious living. Because now your brain, your emotions, your choices, and your purpose are finally on the same frequency. That's what every great philosophy pointed toward, from the Stoics to the Buddhists to modern psychology. Alignment between mind and meaning. And once you've felt that alignment, you'll never settle for distraction again, because you'll know what it feels like to be awake. Part 9. The expansion. Living awake in a sleeping world. You've rebuilt your inner architecture. You've reclaimed your focus. You've learned that discipline isn't chains, it's freedom in structure. But now comes the real test. how to stay awake in a world that profits from your sleep. The modern world is not evil, it's just noisy. It rewards reaction, not reflection. It glorifies speed, not direction. Every screen, every feed, every dopamine trap you escaped is still waiting outside your door. So how do you live consciously in a culture built on unconsciousness? You don't fight the noise, you rise above its frequency. That means carrying stillness with you, not as an escape, but as a stance. When you walk through chaos with calm eyes, you change the atmosphere of the room. You become a reference point of coherence in a world addicted to fragmentation. This is how transformation spreads, not through preaching, but through presence. People will feel it before they understand it. They'll ask what changed, and you'll know the answer can't be explained, only lived, because truth has no advertisement. It radiates quietly. Now let's explore the art of sustaining awareness. Awareness fades when comfort grows. That's the paradox. The more peaceful you become, the easier it is to fall asleep again. So you must cultivate gentle vigilance, not paranoia, but remembrance. Remind yourself daily why you started, not through guilt, but through gratitude. You began this journey not to become perfect, but to become present. Presence requires humility. The humility to admit that the mind will always drift, and the grace to bring it back again and again without judgment. That returning, that simple act of coming back to awareness is the heartbeat of awakening. Now, when discipline meets compassion, it evolves into wisdom. Because without compassion, discipline becomes sterile. Without discipline, compassion becomes chaos. But together, they form balance, a mind that is sharp and soft at once. That balance is what allows you to live in the world without being consumed by it. You'll still feel anger, but it won't own you. You'll still feel desire, but it won't drive you. You'll still feel fear, but it won't paralyze you. Your emotions stop being dictators and become messengers. They tell you where attention is needed, not where obedience is required. That's emotional sovereignty, the final layer of rewiring. Now let's talk about service. Because once your inner world is in order, something natural happens. You begin to overflow. Discipline stops being just self-mastery. It becomes contribution. You start creating not for approval, but for impact, not to prove, but to express. And that's when purpose emerges. Purpose is not found in thought. It's revealed through aligned action. You discover it by living with integrity long enough for your soul to show you what it's here to build. The disciplined life becomes the fertile ground where destiny grows quietly. But purpose, like discipline, isn't loud. It's subtle. It whispers, it nudges, it repeats. And when you learn to listen, life begins to organize itself around it. Synchronicities appear, doors open, people arrive at the exact moment you need them. This is not superstition, it's coherence. The universe aligns with those who align within themselves. Now, one last truth. There is no final arrival, no permanent enlightenment, no static perfection. The rewiring never ends because consciousness never stops expanding. Each new level of awareness will challenge you again, just with finer subtleties. You'll still fall, you'll still forget, you'll still get lost. But now you'll remember faster, you'll recover quicker, you'll forgive sooner. And that is real mastery, not the absence of fall, but the grace of return. So when the cycle repeats, you'll smile, because you'll know that every descent into distraction is simply another invitation to awaken deeper. And one day, you'll realize something profound. Discipline was never about controlling the mind. It was about befriending it. You are not the voice in your head. You are the space it speaks in. And once you know yourself as that space, wide, still, unshakable, nothing can truly disturb you again. The phone, the noise, the rush, the world, they'll keep spinning. But inside, you'll remain anchored because you've remembered what every philosopher and mystic tried to say. Freedom is not somewhere else. It's presence, disciplined by love. And when you reach that, dopamine is no longer your ruler, discipline is no longer your weapon, and time is no longer your enemy. You become rhythm itself, both creator and creation. And from that point on, everything you touch carries the quiet strength of awareness. The circle closes. The mind, once scattered, returns to stillness, the same stillness from which all things are born. That's the destination hidden inside the journey, not control, but harmony, not perfection, but peace. And once you taste that peace, you'll understand. Discipline was never about becoming someone new. It was about remembering who you already are. Part 10, Epilogo, the return to silence. Every journey ends where it began, in stillness. Not the empty stillness of nothingness, but the full stillness of understanding. After all the rewiring, after all the systems, after all the words, there comes a point where there is nothing left to fix, because you realize you were never broken. You were simply buried under layers of noise, habit, fear, and forgetting. Discipline peeled those layers away, not to make you more, but to bring you back to the unshakable center that was always there, watching, waiting, patient. You can feel it now, can't you? That quiet pulse beneath the noise, the observer behind every thought, the gentle awareness that never needed improvement. That is the real self. Not the achiever, not the fighter, not the seeker, just the witness. And when you live from that witness, life becomes lighter. You still build, you still create, you still strive. But you do it without tension, without desperation. You don't chase peace. You act from peace. The world will still pull at you with its rewards, its opinions, its endless demands for your attention. But now you know how to listen without being consumed. You know that your attention is sacred currency, that every moment you give it is an offering, and that offering shapes your world. So choose carefully, choose slowly, choose consciously. Let your days be deliberate prayers disguised as ordinary hours. Let every movement be meditation, every breath a reminder, every action an act of alignment. Because in the end, discipline is not about control, it's about care. Caring enough to live intentionally, caring enough to protect your peace, caring enough to show up even when no one sees. That's what rewiring truly means. Not replacing the mind, but softening it into service. The dopamine loops, the cravings, the distractions, they were never enemies. They were teachers. They showed you what happens when awareness sleeps. And now that you're awake, you can thank them, release them, and move forward lighter. No war inside, no noise left to silence, just awareness, steady and unshakable, carrying you through everything. And perhaps one day, someone will ask how you did it, how you became so calm in a world this loud, and you'll smile, because you'll know there's no formula, just presence, chosen again and again until it became your nature. This is what it means to rewire your brain, not to escape the human experience, but to live it fully, consciously, without addiction to noise, without fear of stillness, to walk through chaos and remain clear, to move through time and remain timeless, to be awake, yet at peace. And as you stand there in that quiet balance between effort and grace, you'll realize something profound. You never needed to enjoy discipline. You just needed to remember that discipline was joy in disguise. Because the moment you stopped running from yourself, you arrived home. And home was never somewhere out there. It was here, in the silence that has been waiting for you all along. Part 11, The Mind Beyond Mind. There's a point where the science of discipline meets the mystery of consciousness, where neurons end and awareness begins. Most people never reach it because they stop once the brain feels stable. But stability isn't the summit, it's the base camp. Beyond it lies a vast terrain where mind and awareness start merging into one intelligence. You begin to realize that the brain is not the source of consciousness. It's the instrument of it, a receiver, a translator, and if you treat it well, through focus, nourishment, stillness, it begins to operate like a clean lens, allowing awareness to see itself clearly. That's when discipline turns inward. It's no longer about controlling behavior, but about refining perception. You start noticing the subtlest impulses, the micro-emotions, the flashes of thought that appear before thought, the ripples of energy before feeling. You begin to sense reality not just intellectually, but energetically. Because awareness is not thought, it's prior to thought. Every time you quiet your mind, you peel back a layer of illusion. You begin to witness the machinery behind every craving, every fear, every belief that once owned you. And the deeper you go, the more you see that most of what you called you is programming, inherited stories, cultural hypnosis, emotional conditioning. The mind you thought you had was never yours. It was built by the world. Discipline at this stage is about deconstruction. You begin unlearning. You question every inner voice. You start asking, whose thought is this? Whose rule am I following? Whose voice am I obeying? And one by one, the illusions crumble. It's terrifying at first, because the ego mistakes deconstruction for death. But what dies is not you. It's everything that was never truly you. In the silence that follows, you encounter something breathtaking, a version of yourself that doesn't need identity to exist. Call it consciousness, call it essence, call it whatever you want. Names are irrelevant. It's the observer behind every experience, the still point around which all thoughts orbit. And from that center, discipline changes form once again. It becomes awareness in motion. You start acting without internal resistance. You don't need to force focus. You are focus. You don't need to stay mindful. You are mind in its pure state, alive, still, luminous. From this level, everything simplifies. You no longer need motivation because your actions arise naturally from clarity. You no longer need to fight distraction because awareness holds itself steady like gravity. And the most beautiful part, you start to see others differently. You see through their noise. You see the innocence behind their addictions, the fear behind their anger, the longing behind their chaos. Empathy becomes effortless. Because when you stop being enslaved by your own mind, you stop judging those still caught in theirs. You start walking through life with a quiet understanding that everyone is just trying to remember, and that remembrance is what you came here to embody. Now, let's talk about energy discipline. Your attention isn't just cognitive, it's energetic. Every thought, emotion, and focus creates ripples through your nervous system, through your environment, through the collective field itself. This means Your discipline affects more than you. It influences every space you enter. When you enter a room with coherence, your calm nervous system subconsciously regulates everyone else's. Science calls it neuroentrainment. Spirit calls it presence. That's why a single focused person can shift an entire group dynamic. Why one calm mind can diffuse 10 anxious ones. This is where inner work becomes outer leadership. You don't lead by force. You lead by frequency. Your energy speaks louder than your voice. It tells the world, I am anchored. You can rest near me. And that is the highest form of discipline, to become a stabilizing force in an unstable world. But sustaining that requires deep, energetic hygiene. You must learn to notice when energy drains. It's not always obvious. Sometimes it's people. Sometimes it's environments. Sometimes it's unspoken tension that you've been carrying so long you forgot it was there. Energy leaks are silent thieves. They don't make noise. They make fatigue. So make awareness your audit. Every night, ask yourself, what gave me energy today? What took it? Who did I feel lighter with? What left me heavy? These questions retrain your intuition. They refine your discernment. They teach you where to invest your life force. Because energy, once spent, can't be recovered by caffeine or sleep alone. It must be reclaimed by alignment. Now we move to the next layer, discipline of thought frequency. Every thought you entertain tunes your nervous system to a certain vibration. Anger lowers it, gratitude raises it, focus stabilizes it, love harmonizes it. The disciplined mind is not the one that never feels, but the one that chooses which frequencies to feed. Because energy flows where attention goes, and emotion follows. When you master that, you no longer suppress negativity, you metabolize it. You don't fear darkness, you integrate it. That's the true rewiring. You're no longer trapped in polarity. You've become whole. And wholeness doesn't mean constant positivity. It means total permission to feel everything without losing center. That's the essence of the awakened, disciplined mind. Motion without distortion. Part 12. The subconscious reprogramming. The hidden architecture of reality. The conscious mind is the captain, but the subconscious is the ocean. You can steer the ship all you want, but if the currents below run the other way, you will always drift back to where you started. That's why willpower alone never lasts. Because willpower works in daylight, but the subconscious moves in shadow. It is ancient, primal, wired by repetition and emotion, not logic. Every belief, every habit, every fear is a pattern carved into that deep layer of mind. And those patterns decide almost everything you do. Most people live their entire lives thinking they're steering, while the ocean quietly decides their direction. But here's the power most never realize. The subconscious isn't fixed. It's programmable. And the language it understands is repetition charged with emotion. That's how everything gets in there. Through experience. Through what you feel, not what you know. So when you combine conscious awareness with emotional resonance, you gain the ability to rewrite the code. That's where true reprogramming begins. You can't logic your way into transformation. You must feel your way into it. That's why affirmations without embodiment don't work. Words alone don't move the ocean. But words infused with energy, spoken with presence, breathed with conviction, reverberate through every neural circuit. Because the subconscious doesn't respond to information. It responds to vibration. That's why trauma imprints so deeply. Not because it's remembered, but because it's felt repeatedly. To heal that, you must create new emotional experiences strong enough to override the old ones. You must teach the nervous system that safety, focus, and purpose can feel as intense as fear once did. And discipline is the training ground for that. Every time you follow through on a promise, your subconscious receives evidence. I am reliable. Every time you finish what you start, it records, I am capable. Every time you face discomfort with presence, it learns, I am safe, even here. This is the silent dialogue between the conscious and subconscious mind. It's not verbal, it's behavioral. Each action becomes a message. Each repetition engraves a truth. And eventually, the ocean begins to move with the ship. This is neuroplasticity on the deepest level. Not just changing thought patterns, but changing identity. Now, let's talk about how to accelerate this process. There are 3 portals to subconscious reprogramming: the hypnagogic state, the emotional state, and the embodied state. The hypnagogic state is that drowsy threshold between waking and sleep. The brain waves slow to theta, the same range used in hypnosis. In this state, the gatekeeper of the subconscious, the critical mind, relaxes. Suggestions sink deeper. That's why what you listen to before sleep shapes who you become, not metaphorically, literally, because your brain consolidates that data during REM. This means every night you're programming yourself. The only question is, with what? Replace random noise with intentional sound. Affirmations, visualizations, audios that speak to the identity you're building. Make your final input of the day sacred. The second portal is the emotional state. Emotion is energy in motion. When you feel something strongly, your subconscious opens like a camera shutter. That's why repetition with emotion is exponentially more effective than repetition alone. Pair affirmations with breath, movement, or music. Let the body participate in the learning, because the subconscious learns through the body first. And that leads us to the third portal, the embodied state. Embodiment is the bridge between psychology and biology. It means you stop waiting to feel ready and start acting as if you already are. The brain doesn't know the difference between real and vividly imagined experience. It only knows repetition. So when you act in alignment with your future self, you're literally training the nervous system to accept that identity as normal. This is how new realities stabilize. Act, repeat, normalize, become. The subconscious learns by familiarity. Whatever it sees you do most, it assumes must be true. That's why the world feels heavy when you live in procrastination. You've taught your subconscious that delay is safety. But when you start following through, it rewrites that code. Action is safety. And that changes everything. Because once your subconscious equates action with safety, discipline becomes effortless. You're no longer fighting the inner resistance loop. The loop has been rewritten. Now let's connect this to the neurobiology of emotion. Every time you experience fear or resistance, the amygdala, the brain's alarm center, activates. It floods the body with stress hormones. That's what makes you freeze, avoid, or scroll away. But when you deliberately stay calm in the presence of that alarm, you teach your nervous system that intensity isn't danger. You literally recode fear as fuel. That's why exposure therapy works, why meditation stabilizes, why breathwork heals. They all do the same thing, retrain the amygdala to relax under pressure. When that happens, dopamine pathways rewire to reward focus, not escape. Effort starts feeling pleasurable again. Your body learns that growth equals safety. That's the biological essence of discipline. So, when you practice consistency, you're not just building habits. You're reconditioning the entire survival system. You're teaching the brain that meaning is more important than comfort. And when that lesson locks in, you become unstoppable. Because at that point, discipline isn't something you apply. It's something you emanate. You start moving through life with a quiet authority. No rush, no resistance, just clarity. Your actions flow from an inner knowing, not from external pressure. You're guided, not driven, directed, not desperate. That's when the brain and consciousness finally start working together. The instrument and the musician playing the same song. And that song is peace. Part 13, the quantum discipline, intention, energy, and the field of reality science once believed the mind was locked inside the skull. Now it whispers another truth, that consciousness is not in the brain. The brain is inside consciousness. We're not observers of reality. We're participants in its unfolding. Every thought, every emotion, every act of focus ripples through the field that binds all things. You've felt it before. That sense of coincidence too precise to be random, the strange timing of events, the alignment of circumstances right after a moment of clarity. That's not magic. That's coherence. And coherence is the language of creation. When your thoughts, emotions, and actions align, you emit an energy signature, a coherent wave. That wave interacts with the quantum field, and the field mirrors it back as experience. The undisciplined mind sends out static, mixed signals, contradictory desires. I want peace, but I chase chaos. I want focus, but I crave distraction. And the universe, like an honest mirror, reflects the noise exactly as it is. But the disciplined mind is a clear transmitter. It knows what it is broadcasting. It holds a frequency long enough for reality to reorganize around it. That's why focus is sacred. Because in a universe made of energy, attention is creation. Let's make this practical. Your state of being is a broadcast. Each morning before the world touches you, you have a window of pure potential. Your brain is still in theta. Your energy is malleable. If you start the day by reaching for your phone, you tune your field to reaction. If you start by breathing, by setting intention, by centering awareness, you tune your field to creation. It's that simple and that profound. The law is ancient. You do not attract what you want, you attract what you are. So discipline, on the deepest level, is energetic consistency. It's holding a frequency of clarity long enough for the world to catch up. You've already experienced it in smaller ways. When you're focused, opportunities appear that match your focus. When you're lost, everything feels out of sync. It's not luck, it's resonance. This is why meditation, stillness, and emotional regulation are not luxuries. They're calibration. They tune you back to the signal you actually want to send. Now, imagine what happens when millions of scattered impulses collapse into a single, directed intention. That's not just personal alignment. That's coherence on a planetary scale. You've heard of the butterfly effect, how a small vibration in one place can alter weather patterns across the globe. The same principle applies to thought. Your calmness is not private. It stabilizes more than you realize. When one person reclaims awareness, they create a node of coherence in a network drowning in noise. That's why one conscious individual can influence an entire family, a team, a generation. They become an anchor point for others still drifting. And that is the quiet revolution of discipline. Not protest, not noise, but stillness. Stillness that reorganizes chaos simply by existing within it. Now let's bridge this to neuroscience again, because the mystical and the measurable are not opposites. When you focus on an intention, the brain begins to fire in synchronized patterns. Neurons that fire together wire together. The more coherent your brain waves, the stronger your electromagnetic field becomes. Studies using magnetoencephalography have shown that a focused, elevated emotional state literally expands the field around the heart and brain. You become a living transmitter, and the frequency you emit is not metaphorical. It's measurable. The heart produces the strongest magnetic field in the body, thousands of times stronger than the brain's. It radiates up to several feet outside the skin, influencing the nervous systems of others nearby. When your thoughts, brain, and feelings, heart synchronize, the signal multiplies. This is what mystics called alignment and scientists now call heart-brain coherence. The disciplined mind trains this state deliberately. It uses breath, focus, and gratitude to harmonize the electrical rhythm of the heart with the brain's frequency of thought. When that alignment stabilizes, intuition sharpens. You start knowing things before they happen. You recognize patterns you never noticed before. Time seems to cooperate with you because you've entered the creative state where consciousness and energy move as one. From here, action becomes effortless. You don't force outcomes. You align with them. This is what ancient teachers meant when they said, "The master does nothing, yet nothing is left undone." The undisciplined mind struggles to manifest because it's broadcasting from conflict. It wants one thing and feels another. The signal cancels itself out. But when thought and emotion align, the mind imagining and the body believing, reality begins to respond. That's why belief is stronger than intention. Intention is the arrow. Belief is the tension of the bow. Without both, nothing flies. You can't discipline your life without disciplining your energy, and energy follows attention. That's why focus is more than productivity. It's creation itself. Now, let's talk about a discipline very few dare to master, the discipline of surrender. At first, that sounds paradoxical. How can surrender be discipline? Because surrender is not passivity. It's conscious allowance. It means doing everything you can, then letting the field take over. It means trusting the timing of reality as much as your own effort. This is the final phase of rewiring. When you stop forcing and start flowing, the disciplined ego says, "I will make this happen." The awakened discipline says, "I will align myself so completely that reality has no choice but to respond." One is contraction, the other is cooperation. When you live this way, you notice miracles disguised as patterns. Obstacles become instructions. Delays become direction. Failures become refinements. You stop fighting life and start dancing with it. This doesn't mean you abandon structure. It means your structure becomes flexible, like bamboo, rooted, yet bending with the wind. The mind, once rigid and reactive, learns the rhythm of intelligence beyond logic. You begin sensing when to act and when to wait, when to push and when to pause. That's not luck. That's synchronicity in real time. And when you live in that rhythm long enough, you start feeling something extraordinary. The realization that you are not inside time. Time is moving inside you. Discipline then becomes the art of shaping time. Every breath, every thought, every choice bends the flow of experience slightly toward order or chaos. And as you refine awareness, you realize something ancient and simple. You were never trying to control life. You were learning to harmonize with it, because life, when observed deeply, is already disciplined. The tides, the heartbeat, the sunrise, all move in perfect rhythm. And maybe the real purpose of human discipline is to remember that rhythm, to tune back into the cosmic pulse that never lost its beat, only our attention. When you return to that rhythm, you stop living against life and start living as life. Then effort becomes prayer, focus becomes freedom, and discipline, once misunderstood as restriction, reveals itself as the purest form of love. Love for the possible, love for the real, love for the unfolding mystery that you now call home. Part 14. The silent magnetism of presence. Discipline as leadership and everyday mastery. There's a moment in every path of self-mastery when the question shifts. It's no longer, how do I change myself? It becomes, how do I live what I've already become? Because transformation isn't a single event. It's maintenance. It's remembering every day what you've already realized once. And that remembering is a discipline of its own. It's quiet, invisible, rare. The real test of rewiring begins not in meditation, but in motion, in traffic, in conversation, in pressure. Anyone can be centered in silence. Few can stay centered in noise. That's where mastery begins to matter. Because the world doesn't need more controlled people. It needs more conscious ones. Conscious discipline is not rigidity. It's awareness applied. It's what allows you to act with precision without losing compassion. It turns your very existence into influence. When you walk into a room with a calm nervous system, you're not just being calm. You're stabilizing an entire field of human energy. People feel safer around coherence, even if they can't explain why. That's leadership, not authority. Presence. Presence communicates more powerfully than charisma. It doesn't demand attention. It gravitates it. Because deep down, every nervous system is searching for order. And a regulated mind radiates that order naturally. The truly disciplined person rarely speaks about it. Their structure is invisible but felt. They are like gravity, silent, constant, inescapable. That's what I call the silent magnetism of presence. It's not performance, it's coherence made visible. Let's go deeper into how to live this presence day to day. 1. The discipline of listening. Listening is not waiting for your turn to talk. It's dissolving the inner noise long enough to receive what's actually being said. When you truly listen, you stop hearing words and start perceiving essence. You sense emotion, rhythm, unsaid meaning. Most people listen to respond. The disciplined mind listens to understand. And in that understanding, conflict disappears before it even forms. Because empathy always neutralizes defense. Listening is an act of emotional alchemy. It transforms judgment into curiosity. It turns separation into connection. 2. The discipline of speech. Every word you speak carries weight. Speech is thought made audible. It's how vibration takes shape in the physical world. So when you speak carelessly, you're scattering energy. When you speak consciously, you're shaping it. Before you talk, pause for one breath. Ask, is this true? Is it kind? Is it necessary? That single second of reflection can prevent hours of chaos. Powerful people speak less but mean more. Their words cut clean because they come from clarity, not compulsion. This is linguistic discipline, a quiet art that refines both mind and world. 3. The discipline of relating human relationships are mirrors. They reveal every part of yourself you haven't yet integrated. Each irritation is feedback, each conflict a signal. They show you where attachment still lives, where ego still hides. So when someone triggers you, don't react. Study. Ask yourself, what belief is being touched right now? What need did I outsource to this person? The disciplined heart doesn't avoid connection, it refines it. It learns to love without dependency, to give without depletion, to stand close without dissolving. This is not detachment, it's mature affection, love that flows from fullness, not lack. Such relationships become mutual awakening. They're not transactions, they're transmissions. 4. The discipline of work. Work, at its highest level, is devotion. It's how the invisible within you takes form in the visible world. The quality of your focus imprints itself on what you create. If you work from fear, your results carry tension. If you work from presence, they carry peace. This is why masters in any field speak about flow more than effort. They don't fight their craft, they merge with it. Discipline gives them access to that union. Treat every task as training. Fold your emails with the same awareness a monk gives to tea. Perfection is not the goal. Precision is. Precision, born from care. When work becomes ceremony, burnout disappears, because devotion energizes what obligation drains. 5. The discipline of energy exchange. Every interaction is an exchange of energy, and energy, like currency, needs management. Notice what drains you. Notice what replenishes you. Don't confuse stimulation with nourishment. Some experiences excite the senses, but deplete the soul. Others seem quiet, but recharge your very core. Learn to discern the difference. This is energetic intelligence, knowing when to give, when to pull back, when to stand still. When you start living this way, you realize something subtle yet profound. Your peace is not isolation, it's contribution. Your centeredness becomes service. Every moment you stay aligned, you unconsciously permit others to do the same. You lead not by teaching, but by being. Now, let's unfold another dimension. Discipline as emotional transmutation in relationships. When love meets discipline, it becomes longevity. Passion ignites connection, but discipline sustains it. It's what allows love to evolve beyond chemistry, into choice, into partnership, into shared growth. Most relationships fail because people stop practicing awareness once they feel secure. They confuse comfort with connection, but awareness is what keeps the flame alive. Love without discipline becomes nostalgia. Discipline without love becomes duty. But when the two merge, you get sacred companionship. Two beings consciously walking each other home. And that requires daily work. The work of listening, forgiving, pausing, recalibrating. The same neural rewiring you practiced alone must now extend into the shared field between two minds. That field, your shared energy, has its own rhythm, its own frequency. When both partners regulate together, the relationship becomes a sanctuary of coherence. You can feel it the moment you enter such a space. It's soft, quiet, safe. It's discipline in its most beautiful form. Two nervous systems synchronized in peace. Now, zoom out again. Think of how this principle expands to communities, workplaces, nations. Everything humanity builds is a reflection of its collective nervous system. A chaotic world is just the macro expression of billions of dysregulated minds. But each regulated mind is a thread of order rewoven into the tapestry. That's the deeper reason discipline matters. Not because of success or achievement, but because each conscious person stabilizes the human field a little more. That's how civilizations shift. Not through ideology, but through frequency. And frequency is trained through attention. Every time you return to presence, you're doing planetary work. Every breath of awareness is activism of the purest kind. You can feel it, can't you? That quiet certainty that the most radical change is internal regulation. Because a calm mind cannot be manipulated, a grounded soul cannot be enslaved, a disciplined human cannot be ruled by chaos. That's why ancient teachers said that self-mastery was the highest form of rebellion. You become untouchable, not through armor, but through transparency. Nothing sticks to you anymore. You pass through life without resistance, and life passes through you without harm. This is the paradox of advanced discipline. You become both stronger and softer, firm like mountain, gentle like wind, unafraid to stand, unwilling to attack. That balance, that exquisite equilibrium, is the mark of true mastery, and when enough individuals live that way, a culture transforms. One disciplined mind inspires another, not through words, but through example. That's how the human field evolves, one coherent heart at a time. So maybe discipline isn't about control anymore. Maybe it's about contribution, about becoming a living reminder that peace is possible even here. And when you live like that, your very existence becomes a message, a quiet pulse in the collective mind saying, wake up, it's safe now. Part 15, the art of staying human in a mechanical world. We live in an age where everything is accelerating. Information travels faster than comprehension. Machines learn faster than their makers. Noise grows louder than meaning. And somewhere in that speed, something sacred is being forgotten. The art of being human, not productive, not efficient, not optimized, human. A creature of rhythm, breath, pause, tenderness. A being built not just to think, but to feel. You can sense it, can't you? The fatigue that comes from constant efficiency. The exhaustion that hides beneath performance. The quiet ache that whispers, I'm doing everything right. So why do I feel so wrong? That ache is the soul's protest. It's your inner intelligence reminding you that the point of discipline was never to become robotic. It was to become real. The danger of a mechanical age is not artificial intelligence. It's artificial living, the subtle drift from presence into automation, the loss of wonder beneath the weight of repetition. But discipline, true discipline, can save you from that drift, because real discipline isn't cold repetition, it's sacred repetition. It's the conscious act of remembering life even while doing the same things each day. It's what turns a routine into a ritual. A routine numbs, a ritual awakens. When you drink your morning coffee, you can either scroll your mind into absence or breathe gratitude into awareness. Same act, different reality. That's what the awakened discipline teaches, to be present inside the ordinary until the ordinary becomes luminous again. Because when you stop rushing through life, you start meeting it. When you meet it, you begin to feel it. And when you truly feel it, you remember what being human was always meant to be, a conversation between consciousness and creation. The machine versus the mind. The modern world trains us to move faster than our nervous system can process. We scroll through thousands of emotions that aren't ours. We consume information faster than we can integrate. We live at a velocity that the body never evolved for. The result? Disconnection. We mistake stimulation for vitality, but true vitality is not speed, it's depth. Speed is the language of machines. Depth is the language of souls. That's why slowing down feels uncomfortable at first. You're withdrawing from the collective addiction to speed. You're detoxing from the illusion that faster is better. But beneath that discomfort lies gold, the return of attention. When you slow down, you start noticing again. You notice the way light moves across the wall, the way silence hums between sounds, the way your breath anchors you to the present moment. These details were never trivial. They were the doorway, because awareness of small things reconnects you to the vastness within everything. And that's the paradox of modern discipline, to move efficiently through a world of machines while never letting go of your humanness. The discipline of digital detachment technology is not the enemy. Unconscious use is. Your devices are not evil. They're mirrors. They reflect your state of mind. If you're restless, they amplify it. If you're centered, they obey. Most people are not addicted to their phones. They're addicted to escape. The phone is just the nearest portal out of presence. So digital discipline is not about deletion, it's about relationship. Reclaim your authority over your tools. Design boundaries that protect your energy. Turn notifications off. Check messages intentionally. Treat online time like sacred fire. Useful, illuminating, but never to be left unattended. Each time you resist the urge to check, you reclaim another fragment of your attention, and attention is life. It's the most valuable currency left in the modern world. Guard it with reverence. The return of slowness. The fast world mocks slowness. It calls it laziness, inefficiency, weakness. But slowness is strength disguised as grace. Because to move slowly in a rushing world requires immense inner stability. Slowness doesn't mean stagnation. It means precision. It means doing one thing fully instead of many things halfway. When you slow down, you move from reaction to response, from chaos to clarity. Try this. Walk slower than usual. Eat slower. Speak slower. Think slower. You'll start noticing a subtle shift. Your perception expands. The mind stops chasing ahead and begins arriving here. That's the secret doorway into creative flow. Not rushing, but arriving. Because creativity is not born from speed. It's born from stillness deep enough for inspiration to land. The body, as a temple of discipline. In the search for mental mastery, many forget the body. But the body is the first mind. Ancient, instinctive, intelligent, it's through the body that the subconscious communicates. Fatigue, tension, cravings. These are not flaws. They're messages. Modern discipline ignores those messages. Sacred discipline listens. If you're tired, rest consciously. If you're tense, move with intention. If you're hungry, eat with awareness. The body is not your obstacle. It's your ally. It's the instrument through which awareness experiences reality. Treat it with devotion. Every movement can be meditation when done with attention. Stretching, cleaning, walking, breathing. Each act can become prayer in motion. This is how you turn the mundane into the mystical, not by adding complexity, but by deepening presence. The emotional ecology of a mechanical age. The more mechanized life becomes, the more emotion becomes a rare resource. The world values logic over empathy, output over authenticity. But humans are emotional beings. Emotion is how we interface with existence. It's the software of the soul. If you suppress emotion to fit into a mechanical rhythm, you disconnect from your own humanity. So the new discipline must include emotional fluency. Allow yourself to feel, not to drown, but to digest. Emotion is energy meant to move. Let it move through breath, art, sound, tears, laughter. Let it teach you, because emotion, when integrated, becomes wisdom. When suppressed, it becomes illness. A disciplined person who has lost touch with feeling is just a well-organized ghost. But one who feels deeply and remains centered becomes unstoppable. That's the integration the world needs now. Feeling without chaos, focus without coldness, strength without hardness. The future of discipline. What if discipline is not the opposite of freedom, but its foundation? What if the new evolution of humanity is not about faster machines, but calmer minds? We've reached the edge of productivity. Now the frontier is consciousness. The next revolution won't happen in technology. It will happen in attention, because what we attend to collectively will decide what the world becomes. If we keep attending to fear, we'll build systems that feed on it. If we attend to presence, we'll build cultures that reflect it. The disciplined mind becomes the architect of reality. The careless mind becomes its victim. So ask yourself every day, what world am I feeding with my focus? Because every thought is a vote. Every breath is an offering. Every moment is a chance to remember what kind of world you want to sustain. The true purpose of discipline is not perfection, it's participation. To show up fully, awake, alive, responsible for the energy you bring into every room. And when you live that way, life stops being something that happens to you. It becomes something that happens through you. That's what it means to stay human in a mechanical world. To remain open while structured. To remain curious while focused. To remain kind while powerful. It's not a balance you reach once. It's a dance you learn to love. And that dance, that beautiful rhythm between silence and motion, discipline and surrender, control and flow, is what makes life worth living. Part 16, the discipline of humanity, conscious evolution and collective awakening. Every age believes it is awake until history reveals it was dreaming. We too live inside a dream, a collective trance woven of noise, urgency, and illusion, a dream of endless growth, endless data, endless speed. And yet beneath it all, a quiet revolution is happening, not on screens or streets, but in minds, in hearts, in the subtle rewiring of human awareness. Discipline, once seen as personal achievement, is beginning to reveal its cosmic purpose. It's not just about individual mastery anymore, it's about species coherence. Because when enough individuals regulate their inner world, the outer world begins to shift. Order appears in systems that once felt chaotic. Empathy grows where competition ruled. Creation replaces consumption. We think evolution is physical, but the next step won't be biological. It will be psychological, energetic, spiritual. Not survival of the fittest, but awakening of the most conscious. The nervous system is the new frontier, and discipline is the key to navigating it. Each time one person learns to breathe through chaos, the human field gains stability. Each time one person chooses awareness over reaction, the collective brain learns a new possibility. This is how the species evolves, not by mutation, but by integration. Your discipline, then, is not a private project. It's a contribution to the nervous system of humanity. Every time you resist distraction, you strengthen the global signal of clarity. Every time you forgive, you recalibrate the emotional tone of our shared field. Every time you return to silence, you create resonance for others to find it too. This is the unseen network of transformation. Invisible, silent, unstoppable. Because coherence spreads faster than chaos. It doesn't fight. It harmonizes. It doesn't dominate. It integrates. That's why revolutions born of consciousness outlast revolutions born of violence. Violence rearranges structures. Awareness rearranges existence. The field of shared attention. Imagine for a moment that human attention is not private, that every focused thought adds a note to a collective symphony, and that the quality of that music determines the frequency of our shared reality. When billions live in anxiety, the field vibrates in fear. When millions practice presence, it hums in harmony. What you think alone in your room does not stay confined to your skull. It leaks into the invisible fabric that connects us all. Science hints at it through quantum entanglement, the observer effect, heart-field coherence. Mystics have known it for millennia. The inside and the outside are mirrors. So when you master yourself, you are not isolating, you are tuning. And your tuning alters the song of the whole. This means every act of discipline is an act of service. To focus is to heal. To breathe consciously is to repair. To love deliberately is to evolve. The small is never small, because the field records everything. The responsibility of awareness. With awareness comes weight, the weight of knowing that nothing is neutral. Every scroll, every word, every thought is participation. That realization can feel heavy at first, but it's not a burden. It's an invitation to live deliberately, to treat each moment as a brushstroke in the painting of existence. The undisciplined consciousness creates by accident. The disciplined one creates on purpose. And that's the real definition of mastery, the ability to bring intention into everything, to walk, speak, rest, and create as if the entire universe were listening. Because, in truth, it is. Every vibration returns to its source. Every action echoes. That's why ancient cultures treated awareness as sacred duty, because they knew consciousness was contagious. They knew a single focused prayer could steady an entire village. We've forgotten that language, but the physics of it remains unchanged. You can feel it even now. When you stand near someone at peace, your own heartbeat slows. When you enter a room filled with panic, your breath tightens. This is entrainment. The nervous system's tendency to synchronize. The more disciplined your energy, the more coherence you emit. And coherence heals. That's the silent medicine of awareness, building the architecture of a conscious civilization. If humanity is to endure, it must learn to balance technology with transcendence. We can't unplug from the world, but we can upgrade the consciousness that uses it. Imagine schools that teach emotional regulation before algebra. Imagine governments led by coherence instead of ego. Imagine economies that reward contribution over consumption. This is not utopia. It's evolution delayed. We already have the intelligence to build it. We just need the awareness to deserve it. And awareness begins at home, inside one mind, one breath, one act of discipline. The future is not waiting for invention. It's waiting for attention, because attention is creation, and the future belongs to whoever masters it. The frequency of the future, there's a phrase whispered in every age of transition. We are the ancestors of what comes next. Your thoughts today will be the myths of tomorrow. Your emotions will seed the cultures yet to bloom. Your focus will sculpt the memory of humanity. That's how powerful you are. That's how sacred discipline truly is. Every time you choose awareness over automation, you're planting coherence in the timeline. You're becoming a reference point for generations who will inherit the world you shape now. And maybe they'll call this era what it really was. Not the age of information, but the age of remembrance, when humans finally remembered that creation begins inside. The last layer of discipline, surrender to wholeness. After all the rewiring, after all the clarity, one final illusion remains, the illusion of separation between you and life. The disciplined mind seeks control. The awakened mind learns surrender. Because the highest discipline is not domination, it's harmony. You reach a point where you no longer need to force alignment. You simply are alignment. You breathe, and creation breathes with you. At that stage, discipline dissolves into devotion. You no longer practice awareness. You live as awareness. Life ceases to be a task and becomes an unfolding art. You are no longer doing discipline. You are being rhythm. The pulse of your heart syncs with the pulse of the cosmos. Your attention becomes prayer without words. And even silence starts to sing. That is the summit of the path. Not perfection, but participation. Not control, but communion. Because the ultimate goal of discipline was never self-mastery, it was unity. The mind rewired not to dominate life, but to join it. Fully awake, fully alive, utterly human, and beautifully divine. Part 17, the integration, discipline in the world of form. You can meditate for hours. You can breathe into silence. You can dissolve your thoughts into stillness. But the real proof of mastery is not how serene you are in solitude. It's how centered you remain in motion. The world will always test what you learn, not to punish you, but to integrate you. Because awareness without application is just theory. And theory doesn't transform the world. Embodiment does. So the question becomes, how do you live consciously in a reality that constantly tries to pull you back into sleep? How do you hold peace in the middle of traffic, deadlines, bills, and noise? How do you merge the infinite with the practical, the sacred with the schedule, the spirit with the structure? That's where discipline evolves into artistry. Because the awakened life isn't about escaping form. It's about inhabiting it fully, without forgetting who you are. 1. The discipline of money and matter. Let's start with one of humanity's biggest mirrors, money. Money amplifies energy. It's not moral or immoral, it's neutral. A mirror that reflects the consciousness that uses it. When fear runs your relationship with money, you'll live in scarcity no matter how much you have. When awareness runs it, money becomes expression. A current, not a cage. Discipline in this realm means tracking your energy through value exchange. What you spend on reveals what you worship. What you invest in reveals what you believe in. The disciplined soul uses money as a tool, not an identity. They spend consciously, save intentionally, give joyfully, because they understand that true wealth is not accumulation, it's circulation. Money, like blood, must flow to stay alive. Hoarding energy stagnates it. Circulating it with awareness multiplies it. The spiritual mistake is to reject matter. The material mistake is to worship it. The integration is to honor it, to see the sacred in exchange itself. Each purchase, a prayer of trust. Each payment, an offering to continuity. When handled with awareness, money stops being stress and becomes choreography, a rhythm between giving and receiving. That rhythm is part of discipline too, because balance is not static. It's perpetual motion guided by awareness. 2. The discipline of relationships. After all the internal work, life will send you mirrors disguised as people. They'll test every insight you've earned. The undisciplined ego seeks control or approval. The disciplined heart seeks connection. Love, in its awakened form, is not possession, it's permission. Permission for both beings to expand without losing alignment. That requires boundaries, not walls, but clarity. Boundaries are not selfish, they're compassionate structure. They tell the world how to love you without losing itself. Emotional discipline in relationships means staying present when triggered, listening beyond words, forgiving without forgetting lessons. It's remembering that every conflict is an invitation to integrate another shadow. The people who irritate you most are not obstacles, they are initiations. They show you the parts of yourself that still crave validation or revenge. To respond with awareness instead of reaction is a higher act of discipline than any meditation on a mountain. Because spiritual work doesn't end in silence. It begins there and matures in interaction. The enlightened monk may touch the divine in solitude, but the awakened human brings the divine into every conversation. 3. The discipline of purpose. Purpose is not something you find, it's something you allow. It emerges naturally when discipline clears the noise around it. Most people chase purpose as if it were a career title, but purpose is not what you do. It's how you do everything. You can live your purpose washing dishes if you do it with presence. You can betray your purpose while running a company if you do it unconsciously. Purpose lives in the energy behind the act, not in the act itself. The disciplined path to purpose is daily clarity. Ask yourself every morning, what energy do I choose to embody today? If you anchor that energy in awareness, peace, integrity, creation, the actions that follow will align naturally with your deeper calling. You don't chase purpose, you express it moment by moment, action by action. That's how destiny reveals itself, not as a destination, but as direction. 4. The discipline of time and priorities. Time is the most democratic resource on earth. Everyone receives 24 hours, but the difference between chaos and creation is how those hours are treated. You can't manage time. You can only manage attention. The disciplined person learns to allocate focus like a sculptor shapes stone. They build sacred architecture around their hours. Morning for silence, day for creation, evening for reflection. Each block of time becomes a container for energy, and energy, contained with care, turns into results. The key is intentional limitation. Freedom doesn't come from doing everything, it comes from doing the right things fully. When you give something your whole focus, you transform it. Half presence creates fragments. Whole presence creates miracles. The modern mind believes multitasking is mastery. It's not. It's fragmentation disguised as progress. The disciplined mind understands that depth, not breadth, creates legacy. 5. The discipline of rest and renewal. Even the sun sets, even the ocean ebbs, even the heart rests between beats. Nature itself is disciplined rhythm, not endless doing, but perfect cycles of expansion and retreat. Rest is not the opposite of discipline, it's part of it, because exhaustion is not noble, it's disconnection. To rest consciously is an act of self-respect. It's telling your nervous system, we are safe to stop. The disciplined soul rests without guilt. They understand that deep rest is what makes deep work sustainable. Sleep is not a pause in consciousness, it's maintenance of it. It's when the subconscious integrates learning, when the body repairs, when the mind cleans its own house. So design your rest with the same care you give your work. Light, silence, ritual. Let sleep be ceremony, not collapse. And beyond physical rest, seek creative rest. Moments without output, moments where existence itself is enough. That's where intuition returns. That's where the next insight hides, not in the noise of effort, but in the whisper between breaths. 6. The discipline of legacy. At the end, the question won't be how much you built. It will be how deeply you lived. The undisciplined life leaves noise. The disciplined life leaves resonance. Legacy is not about fame or monuments. It's the emotional signature you leave behind. The peace people feel when they think of you. The clarity that remains in the spaces you once occupied. Your true legacy is the frequency you contribute to humanity. Each thought, word, and action is an imprint on the collective field. When you live with discipline, your frequency becomes stable, predictable, trustworthy. People can sense it before they understand it. They may not recall your words, but they will remember your calm. That's the immortality of awareness. When your inner order outlasts your physical form, you've transcended death in the only way that matters, through energy that keeps harmonizing the world long after you're gone. And so the circle closes again. Discipline begins in the brain, matures in behavior, and flowers in being. It's not a prison for impulse. It's a pathway to presence. To live disciplined is to remember rhythm in a universe that never stops dancing. The rewiring, then, was never about controlling life. It was about remembering that you are life. And once you live from that knowing, every breath, every step, every choice becomes sacred architecture, a bridge between matter and meaning, between what is seen and what is felt, between the human and the divine living through you. Part 18, the infinite loop, living as consciousness in motion. At some point in your path, discipline stops being a practice. It becomes an ecosystem, a living pattern through which everything you do begins to flow. The way you walk, the way you eat, the way you speak to a stranger, the way you think when no one's listening, all of it becomes choreography, not forced, not planned, but naturally coherent. The body and the mind aligned in silent dialogue. This is the state where consciousness moves through you without friction, where thought, word, and action form a single, fluid current. You are no longer chasing alignment. You are alignment. But sustaining that state in the density of the modern world requires what I call living discipline. A discipline without tension, without effort, without ego. A way of existing that keeps the channel open between the infinite and the immediate. Because you are not meant to live as an observer of life. You are meant to live as its expression. And when you finally understand this, everything changes. Every sunrise feels personal. Every conversation becomes sacred exchange. Every challenge becomes initiation. Because you begin to see that consciousness is not trying to teach you lessons. It's trying to remember itself through you. The loop of awareness. Life is a perfect loop. Awareness creates experience. Experience expands awareness. Then the cycle begins again. That's why growth never ends. The more conscious you become, the more subtle the lessons get. At first, the universe teaches you through chaos, loud, dramatic events that shake your identity. Later, it whispers through timing, tone, energy, intuition, and eventually it speaks so softly that only a quiet mind can hear it. That's where discipline graduates into devotion, because by then you've learned that presence is not luxury. It's survival for the soul. You've learned that awareness is oxygen and distraction is suffocation. And so you live by rhythm, deep work, deep rest, deep gratitude. Each day a cycle of awakening and surrender. That's what it means to be fully alive, to oscillate consciously between being and becoming, between silence and expression, between stillness and storm. The modern world calls this balance. The ancients called it harmony. But it's the same truth. The heart knows how to dance between opposites if the mind learns how to listen. The mind as a river, not a wall. Your thoughts were never meant to be prisons. They were meant to be passages. But when you cling to them, they harden into walls. When you let them flow, they become rivers. This is the hidden art of discipline. Not to stop thinking, but to stop believing every thought you think. To let the mind speak without letting it rule. Every thought is a guest. Every feeling a visitor. You are the house. You are the space that holds it all. This awareness dissolves reactivity. It turns emotion into information and thought into texture. The disciplined consciousness doesn't silence the mind. It befriends it. It teaches it rhythm. Because the mind, when trained by awareness, becomes an ally. It learns to move in waves of clarity, not storms of confusion. And when that happens, every task becomes meditation. Every movement becomes mantra. The world doesn't slow down, you do. And that slowness turns ordinary time into sacred geometry. The paradox of effortlessness. You've worked hard to reach awareness. You've climbed through resistance, through addiction, through distraction. You've burned through the noise of old patterns. And then suddenly, you wake up one morning and realize you don't have to try so hard anymore because everything you were forcing has become natural. The rewiring is complete. The discipline has integrated. Now the paradox, the more effortless your awareness becomes, the more precise your actions are. Effortless doesn't mean passive. It means frictionless. It means the energy once wasted in internal conflict is now available for creation. You become more productive than ever, but it feels like flow, not work. You make better decisions because you're not choosing from fear. You rest deeply because you no longer resist rest. You love freely because love is no longer a transaction. That's what mastery feels like. Clarity without control, intention without anxiety, motion without noise. And the people around you begin to feel it. You become a mirror for what's possible, not through words, but through state. Because state speaks louder than philosophy. Your presence itself becomes the teaching. Your calm becomes the transmission. And when you live that way, the universe starts responding differently. Not because you've gained power, but because you've stopped leaking it. You are coherent now, and coherence bends reality. The discipline of trust. After effort comes surrender. After understanding comes trust. At first, you need to discipline your attention. Later, you must discipline your faith. Faith not in religion, but in rhythm. Faith that everything unfolds exactly as it should. When things fall apart, you breathe. When people leave, you bless. When uncertainty arrives, you open. Because you've seen enough cycles to know that endings are beginnings in disguise. Trust is not belief without evidence. It's confidence built through experience. You've walked through enough storms to recognize the pattern of their passing, and so you stop fearing the rain. You start dancing in it. That is the highest form of discipline, not control, but cooperation with the flow of life. The disciplined soul doesn't resist chaos. It reorganizes it through awareness. Like gravity shaping galaxies, Your coherence starts shaping circumstances. You speak less. You listen more. You wait for timing. And when action comes, it's exact. The right word, the right step, the right silence. This is what mastery looks like in motion. Subtle, simple, and profoundly effective. The art of returning. No matter how far you evolve, you'll still forget. You'll still fall asleep to your awareness sometimes. That's not failure. That's rhythm. Even the most disciplined consciousness has its seasons. Moments of clarity, moments of confusion. But now, you know the way back. You know how to return. And the speed of your return is what defines your mastery. You don't spiral anymore. You recalibrate. You pause, breathe, witness, remember, one breath is all it takes. Because the path home is not distance, it's attention. The moment you notice you've drifted, you've already begun returning. And that return, repeated across a lifetime, is the true practice. Discipline is not staying perfect. It's returning quickly, like a heartbeat returning to rhythm, like the tide returning to shore. That's the infinite loop of consciousness. Departure and return, learning and remembering, expansion and stillness. Each time you complete that loop, awareness deepens. The soul becomes quieter, the mind becomes clearer, and life itself becomes your meditation. The journey that began with dopamine and distraction has led here to the doorway between brain and being, habit and holiness, discipline and divinity. You've walked from chaos into coherence, from craving into clarity, from repetition into rhythm. And maybe now you can see that the final destination was never somewhere else. It was right here, in the awareness reading these words, watching itself awaken. You are the rewired brain. You are the awakened field. You are the quiet intelligence life has been trying to remember through you. And that realization, when lived every day, is the discipline that outlasts time. Part 19. The continuum, beyond the body, beyond time. There's a question that rises once the mind is still enough to listen. What happens to consciousness when the body ends? Most people fear this question, but the disciplined mind does not. Because discipline has taught it something that intellect alone could not. That awareness exists before thought, before form, before name. If you can witness a thought, you are not the thought. If you can observe the body, you are not the body. You are the witness of all of it, the silent background of every experience, the unmoving center around which the entire movie of life unfolds. And once you truly know yourself as that witness, death loses its teeth. Because what can die when everything you ever identified with was only temporary? Your name, your roles, your memories, even your most sacred routines. They're all pages in a book, not the reader of it. Discipline begins as control of behavior. It ends as liberation from identity. At the highest level, discipline isn't about mastering the mind. It's about remembering you were never trapped in it. You start realizing that life itself is the training ground of awareness. Each lifetime a classroom, each failure a lesson, each joy a reminder. And slowly, you begin to sense a vast intelligence behind it all. An order too precise to be accidental, too elegant to be random. It's the same rhythm that governs stars and cells, oceans and breath. A universal discipline that moves through all creation, expressing itself as everything from galaxies to the beating of your heart. The more you align with that rhythm, the more life stops being yours and starts being you. The memory beyond matter. Modern science is beginning to echo what mystics have always whispered. That memory may not live entirely in the brain. That information, emotion, and intention may be woven into the very fabric of space itself. Stored in the field that permeates everything. If that's true, then consciousness doesn't end. It expands. It moves like water from one vessel to another, carrying with it traces of its last shape. That's why certain souls seem old, why some children arrive with wisdom too deep for their years. Memory doesn't vanish. It transfers, encoded in vibration. The disciplined consciousness leaves a clean imprint. Its energy carries clarity instead of residue, love instead of regret, presence instead of confusion. That imprint becomes guidance for others, a subtle field of coherence left behind in the wake of a focused life. This is what the ancients called blessing, the transmission of order through awareness. You felt it in places once touched by peace, a temple, a quiet forest, a home filled with kindness. Something invisible remains, a residue of presence. That is the legacy of the disciplined soul, not statues, not fame, frequency, the lineage of awareness. We inherit more than genes. We inherit attention. The thoughts of one generation become the climate of the next. Every revolution of awareness becomes a bridge for those who follow. Every person who breaks free from chaos makes it easier for another to awaken. This is the secret lineage of humanity. Not bloodlines, but mind lines. The line of souls who remembered and refused to fall back asleep. You belong to that lineage now. You are part of the quiet rebellion of coherence, and your daily practice, your attention, your calm, is not personal, it's generational. The child who sees you breathe instead of shout learns peace before they learn fear. The friend who feels your steadiness begins to find their own. The stranger who crosses paths with your silence remembers, if only for a second, that something deeper is possible. That is how awareness travels, not through preaching, but through resonance. Every centered life becomes a tuning fork for the species. The end of seeking. Eventually, the seeker disappears, because what was sought is no longer separate from the one who sought it. The path dissolves into presence. The practice dissolves into being. Discipline becomes natural law. You eat, and it's prayer. You walk, and it's meditation. You speak, and it's clarity. You love, and it's expansion. Nothing to fix, nothing to prove, just awareness moving through form, with grace as its rhythm, and you realize you were never becoming disciplined. You were remembering the discipline that life already is. The planets don't forget their orbit. The tides don't forget their pull. The seasons don't forget their timing. Why would consciousness forget its rhythm? Because forgetting was part of the game, a necessary amnesia, so that rediscovery could feel like revelation. But once you see through the veil, the game changes. You no longer chase meaning. You are meaning. You no longer seek peace. You emit it. You no longer wonder where the divine is. You see it reflected in everything that breathes. The discipline of grace. Grace is not an accident. It's the fruit of coherence. When you align thought, emotion, and action for long enough, life starts to arrange itself around that order. Opportunities find you. The right people appear. The wrong ones fade naturally. The undisciplined call it luck. The awakened call it resonance. Grace is not reward. It's reflection. It's life mirroring your inner geometry. When your geometry is clean, when there's no contradiction, no fragmentation, grace flows effortlessly. It's the state where miracles are no longer extraordinary. They're just evidence of alignment. You stop praying for things to happen and start becoming the space through which they do. That's the highest form of discipline, to live so harmoniously that existence itself begins to cooperate. The continuum consciousness is infinite, but expression is cyclical. You will come back again, not as punishment, but as participation. You'll wear new names, speak new languages, learn new lessons, meet familiar souls and unfamiliar faces, and each time you'll bring more coherence, more memory of what you are. That's evolution, not in biology, but in vibration. Every lifetime is another note in the great song of remembrance, and the more disciplined your awareness becomes, the purer your note, the cleaner your tone, the closer you get to harmony with the whole. Eventually, there will be no difference between you and the universe singing, no separation between sound and source. That is the true end of rewiring, when the signal and the receiver become one continuous transmission of love. The quiet after the symphony, and then finally, silence returns. Not emptiness, completion. The same silence that was there before you began. The same awareness that watched the stars be born. The same peace you've been searching for in every breath, every action, every lifetime. It was always here. It never left. It was simply waiting for you to remember its name. And when you do, the search ends, not because you found the answer, but because you've realized you were the answer all along. The brain rewired, the heart coherent, the spirit awake, the field resonant, discipline fulfilled its purpose. And what remains is life itself, pure, unguarded, and beautifully aware. The journey continues endlessly, but now you walk it as what you truly are, a pulse of infinite consciousness breathing through a human shape, loving, learning, and remembering, again and again, until time itself bows to your awareness. Part 20, the eternal practice, consciousness as creation. There is no real ending to this journey, only deepening, because consciousness does not close its eyes when it awakens. It widens them. Every time you believe you've reached stillness, life gently expands the horizon. It whispers, there's more. Not more as in ambition or achievement, but more as in capacity. More room for peace, more space for presence, more patience for imperfection. Because awareness doesn't remove imperfection, it redeems it. The cracks remain, but light flows through them differently. And soon you begin to understand that the purpose of discipline was never to create a flawless human, but a conscious one. Flawless things don't evolve. Conscious ones do. So the work continues, but from a different energy, less control, more curiosity. The disciplined person stops asking, how do I fix this? And starts asking, what is this showing me about myself? Because every moment of resistance is an opening disguised as a wall, the living laboratory. Your daily life is a spiritual laboratory. Your thoughts are experiments. Your emotions are data. Your reactions are research. And the more honestly you observe yourself, the more accurately you decode reality. You start noticing that the world responds directly to your internal state. Not metaphorically, but literally. When you're grounded, things align. When you're chaotic, everything mirrors the turbulence. This isn't superstition. It's feedback. The universe is an intelligent mirror, constantly showing you where you are vibrationally. That's why self-awareness is the highest form of responsibility, because everything you touch reflects the quality of your presence. The disciplined consciousness learns to stop blaming the reflection and start adjusting the light. When you change your frequency, the reflection changes automatically. That's what it means to create reality. It's not about control of circumstances, but control of vibration. The outer world rearranges itself to match the inner pattern. And that's not philosophy. That's physics. Every object, thought, and emotion is energy vibrating at specific frequencies. The observer collapses the field into form by interacting with it consciously. So when you hold an emotion long enough, especially one charged with clarity and gratitude, you're interacting with the field in a way that organizes it. That's what prayer truly is. Not pleading with a distant deity, but tuning your energy to coherence so that reality can mirror it back. The physics of faith. Faith is a frequency. It's not belief in something unseen. It's alignment with something already here. You don't create miracles, you allow them. Faith is the removal of interference. It's the discipline of staying clear long enough for the field to rearrange itself around your intention. The universe doesn't resist clarity. It responds to it. But clarity requires silence, and silence requires trust. When you stop overthinking, when you stop forcing outcomes, you give intelligence space to work through you. This is why every master, from scientists to saints, spoke of surrender. Because surrender is not defeat, it's participation. It's the mind stepping aside so the deeper order can move unhindered. And once you've felt that movement, that mysterious precision of timing, that effortless unfolding that feels both guided and natural, you realize the whole of existence has been orchestrating itself through you all along. You were never the conductor. You were the instrument learning to resonate. The embodiment of light. You can feel it now. The body, once dense, becoming light, not weightless, but luminous. Every breath becomes translation. Every heartbeat, a reminder. You begin to understand that energy is not something you emit. You are energy. Structured awareness temporarily shaped as form. And because you are aware of that, you can now direct it. Where attention goes, energy flows. Where energy flows, matter follows. That's the ancient formula hidden in every teaching. The modern mind calls it quantum coherence. The mystic calls it creation. But they both point to the same truth, that consciousness doesn't live inside the universe. The universe lives inside consciousness. Every star, every cell, every dream you've ever had exists inside the same awareness reading these words. That realization changes how you live, because when you understand that you are not in the universe, but of it, your life stops being survival and becomes participation. You begin to treat existence as a shared creation, a collaboration with intelligence itself. And that collaboration is where discipline meets grace. You focus, you act, you release, and you trust. You play your part and let the cosmos play its. Living as frequency. From this point forward, your practice is not meditation, it's maintenance. You maintain your frequency the way a musician tunes their instrument. Each morning you check your tone. Is there resistance? Breathe it out. Is there fear? Transmute it with action. Is there gratitude? Amplify it. Because the universe responds not to words, but to resonance. You are a transmitter of vibration. Your emotions are your broadcast, your thoughts, the waveform, your actions, the physical echo. To live consciously is to broadcast harmony, even in chaos. When the world collapses around you, you hold coherence. When others fall into fear, you stay steady. That's not arrogance, that's service. Because your steadiness becomes a stabilizing field for everyone else connected to you. And everyone is connected to you. That's how light works. It doesn't fight darkness. It reveals it. It doesn't argue, it shines. Discipline at this level is maintaining that light, protecting the inner flame not from the world, but from neglect. Because neglect dims more souls than evil ever could. The responsibility of radiance. As your awareness expands, you realize something humbling. The brighter you become, the more visible you are, and the more responsibility you carry. Not in a moral sense, but in an energetic one. Your energy impacts reality now. Your words ripple farther. Your silence shapes outcomes. Every thought becomes architecture. Every intention, blueprint. Every action, construction. That's the real meaning of being made in the image of the Creator. Not in appearance, but in function. You create worlds with your focus. You sustain them with your attention. You transform them with your love. And that realization, if held with humility, is the beginning of sacred maturity. The world no longer revolves around you, it resonates through you. You stop asking for meaning. You become it. The closing of the circuit energy, once fragmented, now flows freely. You feel it in your spine, in your breath, in your words. The current that once leaked through distraction now powers creation. The emotion that once drowned you now deepens your empathy. The desire that once enslaved you now fuels your purpose. Every circuit that once carried pain has been repurposed for power. This is the complete rewiring, not of neurons, but of being. And as the circuit closes, the mind quiets, the pulse slows, the present expands. You realize that consciousness is not traveling through time. It is time that flows through consciousness. And every second is eternity experienced one frame at a time. You don't need to reach eternity. You are eternity, experiencing itself through rhythm. The infinite practice. You might think this is the end, but awareness never ends. Tomorrow, you'll wake up again. You'll breathe, move, think, feel. You'll face new distractions, new desires, new dreams. And yet beneath them all, you'll know that everything is part of the same song, that every challenge is another invitation to remember, that every act of discipline is another verse in the poem of awakening. You'll no longer call it struggle, you'll call it practice, because practice never ends, it just changes form. And when you live this way, you finally understand the secret that the universe has been whispering since the beginning of time. You are not here to conquer life. You are here to collaborate with it. Part 21. The Grand Synthesis. Mind, matter, and the eternal intelligence. There is a moment near the end of every long journey when the traveler stops walking. Not because the path has ended, but because they finally realize that the destination was never a place. It was perception. You stand now at that threshold, the point where understanding and being become the same act. Everything that came before, discipline, focus, silence, surrender, was preparation for this insight. That consciousness is not something you possess. It is what you are. The universe you see around you is not outside of you. It is projected through the lens of awareness. Your brain interprets light, sound, vibration, memory. But the witness that perceives those interpretations is not physical. It has no size, no edge, no history. It is the open sky in which every thought passes like a temporary cloud. The great secret of every tradition, from physics to mysticism, is that existence is self-observing. Reality becomes real only when awareness interacts with it. That means creation is constant. That means you are creating right now with every breath, every focus, every feeling. 1. The architecture of reality. Reality is not a solid wall. It is a fluid field of probabilities. Subatomic particles do not exist in fixed positions. They exist as potential, waves waiting for observation to collapse them into form. Your attention is that observation. Your emotion is the energy that shapes the collapse. Your belief determines the pattern it takes. This is not poetry. It is the foundation of quantum mechanics, and when understood through consciousness, it becomes a spiritual technology. You are not the product of the universe. You are the process through which it knows itself. Every insight you have is the universe awakening to its own depth. This is why curiosity feels sacred, why beauty feels familiar, because every act of wonder is the infinite recognizing itself through a finite eye. The disciplined mind learns to hold that wonder without losing coherence. It can gaze at mystery without collapsing into confusion. It can engage complexity without craving control. That is the balance of mastery, to participate fully in creation while remembering that you are not separate from it. 2. The body as quantum instrument. Your body is not merely flesh and bone. It is a biochemical antenna tuned to consciousness. Each heartbeat emits an electromagnetic signature. Each neuron fires a tiny spark of light, biophotons, communicating information faster than thought. When the heart and brain synchronize, those photons begin to organize into coherent patterns. That coherence radiates beyond the body, shaping probability fields in the environment. This is the unseen science of presence. It explains why certain people change the atmosphere simply by entering a room. Their electromagnetic field is orderly, and order influences chaos. When you train discipline through meditation, breath, movement, or intention, you are tuning that instrument. You are cleaning distortion from the signal so that awareness can broadcast clearly through form. The disciplined body is not rigid. It's resonant. It vibrates in harmony with the larger field. Health, vitality, magnetism. These are byproducts of coherence. Illness is interference in the signal. Healing is restoration of rhythm. That's why love heals faster than medicine, because love reestablishes resonance between forms of the same field. 3. Emotion as creative force. We are taught to fear emotion, as if feeling deeply makes us weak. But emotion is not the opposite of reason. It's the current that carries information from the unseen to the seen. Every emotion is energy seeking direction. When you suppress it, it stagnates. When you express it unconsciously, it scatters. When you feel it with awareness, it transforms. That transformation is alchemy in real time. Anger, when held with clarity, becomes courage. Fear, when witnessed, becomes intuition. Sadness becomes compassion. Desire becomes purpose. The disciplined heart doesn't reject emotion. It refines it. It learns to feel fully without drowning, to burn without destruction, to love without possession. Emotion is how the infinite moves through matter. When you stop fearing its fire, you begin to create worlds with warmth instead of willpower. 4. Mind as medium. Thought is not contained inside the skull. It extends into the field like ripples in water. Each focused idea organizes particles around it. That's why imagination precedes invention. Before every structure in the physical world, there was a mental image vibrating in someone's awareness. Your thoughts are frequencies. When coherent, they attract similar waves. When chaotic, they cancel each other out. Discipline, therefore, is not suppression of thought, but organization of frequency. You choose what patterns you amplify. You choose which worlds you feed. This is how civilizations rise and fall. Collective focus, becoming collective form. The future is being rehearsed right now in the imagination of humanity. The disciplined imagination builds futures worth inhabiting. The distracted one builds nightmares by accident. So the question is simple. What are you rehearsing in your mind each day? 5. Time and the fabric of choice. Time is not a line. It's a landscape. Every possibility already exists in potential. Your attention chooses the path through that landscape. Each decision, each thought, each emotion shifts your trajectory to a new coordinate in possibility space. That means destiny is not fixed. It's navigated. You move through timelines the way a musician moves through keys. Change your frequency, change your song, change your song, change your world. Discipline is the art of conscious navigation. It's the skill of choosing awareness over inertia, creation over repetition. Most people live as passengers of probability. The disciplined consciousness becomes pilot, not controlling life, directing resonance. When you maintain coherence, time bends, synchronicities multiply, opportunities arrive exactly when needed. What once felt like chance becomes choreography, because reality reorganizes around clarity the way iron filings align around a magnet. 6. Purpose as pattern. Purpose is not random. It's encoded resonance. You are drawn to what matches your frequency. Your talents are not coincidences. They are instructions embedded in energy. When you follow joy, you're not being indulgent. You're obeying design. Joy is the compass of alignment. It tells you when energy is flowing through its intended channel. Discipline keeps that channel open. Without discipline, passion burns out. Without passion, discipline becomes hollow. Together, they form the spiral of purpose, steady motion guided by enthusiasm. That spiral is how evolution advances, not straight upward, but inward and outward at once, expanding awareness while deepening presence. Every time you act from that alignment, you strengthen the pattern of meaning in the collective field. Your work, whatever form it takes, becomes architecture for consciousness itself. 7. The collective mind. Humanity is one organism thinking through billions of neurons. Our cultures are neural networks. Our communications are synapses. Every word you speak into the world is a signal traveling through that vast mind. Negativity spreads because it resonates with fear. Peace spreads because it resonates with truth. When you discipline your own mind, you alter the signal you send, and the field adjusts. That's why revolutions of consciousness often begin in silence. A single mind finding clarity creates a ripple that can reach thousands. You may never see the full effect of your coherence, but the field does. Every thought of compassion, every act of patience, every choice of presence is stored in the invisible memory of humanity. That memory becomes momentum, and momentum becomes destiny. 8. From rewiring to revelation, the original goal was to rewire the brain, to turn discipline from struggle into joy. But along the way, the brain revealed itself as a portal, not a prison. You've seen that what fires in the cortex echoes into the cosmos, that your small acts of awareness are cosmic alignments in miniature. This is the revelation that waits at the summit of discipline. You were never fixing a machine. You were remembering a miracle. Every synapse is a spark of the divine pretending to be human. Every breath is creation renewing itself. And when you know that, you stop striving for transcendence. You start expressing it. 9. The law of continuity consciousness doesn't end when attention wavers. It simply shifts focus. Like sunlight passing through clouds, it remains luminous even when obscured. So discipline, at its most eternal definition, is the willingness to return again and again to that light. Return when distracted. Return when lost. Return when tired, afraid, or uninspired, because every return refines the circuit. Every return strengthens the field. You can't fail at awareness. You can only postpone remembering, and each postponement, too, becomes part of the teaching. 10. The integration of science and spirit. We no longer need to divide them. They are two languages describing one reality. Science measures what spirit experiences. Spirit experiences what science measures. The more we discipline perception, the more the two converge. Neuroscience proves neuroplasticity, that the brain changes with focus. Mysticism calls that manifestation, that reality changes with focus. Different terms, same truth. The disciplined age to come will not worship data nor dismiss it. It will fuse empirical observation with inner revelation, because truth does not fear measurement, and measurement, guided by humility, leads back to truth. When that synthesis becomes collective, humanity will enter its next era, not the digital age, but the conscious one, an age where intelligence is not artificial, but awakened, where technology serves awareness, not addiction, where science and spirit walk hand in hand, each reminding the other of the beauty of not knowing. 11. The discipline of wonder. When all knowledge has been gathered, wonder remains. Wonder is the infinite's way of staying alive. It prevents consciousness from collapsing into certainty. Certainty ends exploration. Wonder renews it. The disciplined mind protects its wonder the way a gardener protects new growth. It refuses cynicism, the toxin of the modern age. Cynicism masquerades as wisdom, but it is only fear of disappointment. It kills possibility before life can show its surprise. Wonder is not naivety. It's openness without expectation. It's disciplined awe. It keeps the universe fresh. Each sunrise becomes new again. Each silence, a new discovery. Each moment, a new creation. That's how immortality expresses itself, through eternal curiosity. 12. The return home. And now, after all the practice, after all the rewiring, after all the remembering, you stand where you began, in the presence of yourself. But this time, you see differently. The same breath feels infinite. The same body feels sacred. The same world feels holy. Nothing has changed except the way you see. You are not a person seeking the divine. You are the divine appearing as a person, and the world in all its chaos and beauty is not something to escape. It's something to express through. You were never meant to transcend life. You were meant to illuminate it. So you return to the ordinary as the extraordinary being you've become. You chop wood, carry water, answer messages, pay bills, but behind every gesture there is quiet majesty, because now you know that consciousness is not limited to temples or meditations. It breathes in marketplaces, in kitchens, in city streets. It smiles through every eye that meets yours. It watches itself in the mirror of the world, and it keeps creating forever. Discipline now transformed into devotion, devotion now expanded into being. You inhale, you exhale, and in that rhythm, the universe continues. No beginning, no ending, just awareness remembering itself through motion. That is the grand synthesis. That is the eternal practice. Part 22, the epilogue of infinity. the silent law of becoming. There is a silence that follows every great transformation. It is not the silence of absence, but the silence of completion, the stillness that arrives when everything has found its rightful place. You have walked through that silence before, though you may not have recognized it. It came after heartbreak, after clarity, after moments where the mind finally surrendered to something vaster than thought. It comes again now, at the edge of understanding, where words can no longer capture what you've become. Because what you have built is not just discipline, it is consciousness, sculpted into coherence. Every neuron, every breath, every habit you rewired was not merely training. It was remembrance. You were rebuilding the bridge between human limitation and universal rhythm. The paradox of awakening is that the deeper you go, the less you need to say. Awareness becomes self-evident. Reality stops demanding explanation. You no longer live inside stories, you live inside direct experience. And yet, the world continues. It spins with its noise, its markets, its endless conversations. The city lights flicker. Children are born. Empires rise and fade. Time keeps pretending to move, but you stand inside it now as witness, not captive. You see time as texture, the fabric that allows eternity to express itself one moment at a time. Each event, each conversation, each breath is a brushstroke on the infinite canvas of becoming. Nothing is wasted. Nothing is random. Everything contributes to the evolving artwork called existence. When you reach this depth of clarity, the ordinary becomes luminous. The sound of footsteps on pavement, the movement of wind through trees, the faint hum of machines, all of it hums with the same underlying intelligence. You begin to perceive the hidden rhythm connecting opposites, motion and stillness, birth and decay, chaos and order. You see that destruction is simply the universe making room for another form of creation. This realization changes the flavor of your days. You stop fighting impermanence. You start dancing with it, because now you understand that impermanence is love in motion. The way eternity prevents itself from growing stale, every heartbeat is both ending and beginning. Every breath is both surrender and renewal, and you, the observer, are the silent witness of both. The mind once feared change because it believed it could lose. But awareness knows it cannot lose what it never possessed. It can only experience new versions of itself. That understanding becomes freedom. Freedom not as rebellion, but as participation. You stop asking life for certainty and start offering it curiosity. You stop demanding control and start learning choreography. Life becomes a dance between precision and spontaneity. You prepare, but you don't predict. You trust timing, not because you're passive, but because you have tested enough cycles to know that the universe is reliable. It delivers lessons exactly when readiness ripens. That's the hidden mathematics of destiny. Nothing arrives early, nothing stays late. The universe keeps perfect time, even when your clock disagrees. In this state, goals change meaning. You still build, create, and dream, but your motivation is different. You no longer chase completion, you chase communion. You work not to prove, but to express. The reward is not applause, but alignment. That's what artists feel in the middle of creation, what athletes call the zone, what mystics call presence, the disappearance of separation between doer and doing. When the painter becomes the painting, when the breath becomes the prayer, when the thinker becomes the thoughtless awareness, that's when creation remembers its own source, and the beauty is that you don't have to retreat from the world to sustain it. You can hold this awareness in motion, in traffic, in meetings, in noise. Because once silence is established within, no amount of sound outside can disturb it. You begin to see other humans differently, not as characters in your story, but as reflections of the same consciousness exploring itself through unique forms. You see their fears as misdirected energy, their arrogance as protection against pain, their cruelty as ignorance of their own divinity, and compassion replaces judgment. Compassion is not pity, it's clarity. It sees suffering without identifying with it. It recognizes illusion without despising it. From this space, forgiveness arises effortlessly, because how can you hate another expression of yourself? Every person becomes a mirror showing you where love still hesitates. Each encounter becomes meditation in disguise. Even conflict transforms. It stops being a battle of egos and becomes a negotiation between frequencies seeking harmony. When someone argues, you listen not to their words, but to the vibration beneath them. The fear, the longing, the misunderstanding. You answer the vibration, not the voice. And in doing so, you break cycles that have lasted lifetimes. That's what true peace looks like. It's not avoidance, it's intelligent participation. And as you live this way, you notice something miraculous. The world begins to soften. People respond differently. Coincidences align with your quiet intentions. Animals trust you. Children sense safety in your presence. Technology glitches less around you because coherence organizes reality. This is not mystical fantasy. It's the field responding to consistency of vibration. Order invites order. Peace stabilizes chaos. Love amplifies intelligence. The ancient sages said the same thing with simpler words. As within, so without. Modern physics would say, the observer and the observed are entangled. Different tongues, same melody. And through you, that melody continues. You become an instrument of balance, not through preaching, but through being. Your laughter heals. Your patience teaches. Your calm rearranges probability. Because energy communicates faster than language. Before you speak, you're already broadcasting. Every cell of your body is a transmitter tuned to the frequency of your consciousness. When you sustain coherence long enough, the environment begins to harmonize with you. This is how leaders, healers, and visionaries influence reality without manipulation. They radiate alignment. They don't force. They resonate. But resonance carries responsibility. The higher the frequency, the more it reveals what is not in tune. Your light will expose shadows in yourself first and then in others. Not to shame, but to integrate. You become the dawn that ends the night, and dawn never apologizes for shining. So you keep shining, but gently, without superiority, without pride. Because you remember that light itself is neutral. It illuminates everything equally, the flower and the thorn, the saint and the sinner. When your awareness matures to that neutrality, you transcend polarity. Good and evil dissolve into gradients of learning. You stop labeling, you start understanding. That's when love becomes wisdom. Because wisdom is love that has seen everything and still chooses compassion. At this stage, even suffering reveals its sacred geometry. You see how pain carved depth into your perception, how every heartbreak expanded your capacity to hold others, how loss purified your priorities. You wouldn't erase those experiences now because they shaped your current awareness. You realize that evolution doesn't happen through comfort. It happens through contrast. And contrast is grace in disguise. So you begin to thank what once hurt you. You bow to the moments that broke you open. You understand that growth was never punishment. It was preparation. From this understanding emerges serenity, a serenity that no external chaos can touch. It's not indifference, it's intimacy with existence. You trust every event to carry wisdom, even when you can't see it yet. That trust becomes your true religion, not belief in doctrines, but faith in awareness itself. And faith, once stabilized, becomes perception. You start seeing patterns that others call coincidence. You feel guidance not as voice, but as timing. You navigate not by logic alone, but by resonance. Your intuition sharpens until it feels like dialogue with the universe, not in words, but in knowing, a knowing that doesn't shout. It whispers through ease. When something is right, energy flows smoothly. When it's wrong, friction appears. You follow flow and life opens like a gate before you. That's not magic, that's attunement. You're now fluent in the language of energy, and it speaks in rhythm instead of grammar. The more you listen, the simpler everything becomes. You no longer chase enlightenment, you express it. You no longer strive to change the world, you embody the change, and slowly the boundaries between inner and outer dissolve. You realize the same intelligence that moves galaxies moves your breath. The same force that ignites stars beats within your chest. The same consciousness that birthed the cosmos looks out through your eyes. This recognition doesn't make you special, it makes you humble, because you see that every creature, every element, is that same awareness wearing different shapes. To harm another becomes unthinkable, like injuring your own hand. From that humility arises stewardship. You start caring for the earth not from guilt, but from kinship. You treat food as collaboration, technology as extension, relationships as mirrors, and death as transformation. Yes, death, the final illusion of separation. You see now that it's not an ending, but a transfer of energy. The body returns to dust. The awareness continues, recycling experience into new forms. You no longer mourn as before because you understand that nothing truly leaves. Everything just changes costume. Love doesn't vanish when the beloved departs. It expands into formlessness. It becomes presence without address. And in that understanding, grief turns to gratitude. You thank existence for allowing any meeting at all, for the miracle of temporary convergence between infinite souls. You stop asking, why did it end? And start whispering, how beautiful that it happened. This is the maturity of consciousness. It loves without ownership. It gives without expectation. It lives without fear. And from that maturity, creation flourishes, because only a free soul can create purely. The art that emerges from such awareness carries resonance that outlives its maker. Words become medicine. Music becomes vibration therapy. Architecture becomes meditation in stone. Even silence becomes communication. Everything you touch while conscious inherits a trace of eternity. And so the circle closes again. The rewiring of the brain was never just neurological, it was cosmic. You didn't just optimize neurons, you opened portals between matter and meaning. You transformed survival hardware into divine interface. Now the mind that once enslaved you serves you. The habits that once numbed you sustain you. The world that once distracted you awakens you. Discipline fulfilled its promise to turn effort into art, control into cooperation, struggle into symphony. The rest of the journey will be lived, not written. because words can only describe up to the edge of silence. Beyond that, only being speaks. So you breathe, and as you do, the universe exhales through you, a continuous cycle of awareness exploring itself. No beginning, no end, only becoming. This is the law of silence. Everything that reaches harmony returns to stillness, and from stillness, it is born again. You are that cycle. You are that silence. You are that infinite act of remembering. And as you stand in this understanding, you realize that discipline was never about perfection. It was about participation, the willingness to show up for existence as both creator and creation, both the question and the answer, both the echo and the origin. Now the silence deepens, not emptiness, immensity. You smile because at last you understand. Everything is awake, everything is one, everything is you. Part 23, The Memory of Light, the Human Infinity. There comes a moment after all the learning when you no longer feel the need to improve yourself, not because you have reached perfection, but because you have finally accepted wholeness. You realize that consciousness is not a staircase to climb, but an ocean to remember. You were never at the bottom. You were simply unaware that you were water. All along, life was trying to remind you. Every heartbreak was a wave calling you home. Every victory was a brief sparkle on the surface of that same sea. And now, as the mind grows still, you begin to sense the quiet pulse beneath existence, a rhythm older than galaxies, gentler than wind, and closer than your own breath. That rhythm is the true teacher. It doesn't speak in language, it speaks in repetition. The way seasons repeat, the way the sun rises, the way forgiveness keeps finding its way into every ending. You understand now why life feels circular, because consciousness learns through spirals, not straight lines. Each return is deeper, each mistake more refined, each silence more complete. There is no finally, there is only again, and within again, there is grace. Discipline was never about tightening control, it was about loosening resistance. The deeper you went, the softer you became. The softer you became, the wider your perception opened. You discovered that softness is not weakness. It is power unarmored. It is strength that no longer needs defense. And from that softness, everything changed. You began to see that the universe doesn't reward effort, it rewards alignment. The stream of life is not against you. You were simply paddling in the wrong direction. The moment you stopped fighting, you began to float. And from that floating came flow, and from flow came peace. Peace is not the absence of noise. It's the space that holds all noise without losing center. It's the awareness behind the storm. It's the consciousness that watches clouds pass without mistaking them for sky. When peace stabilizes, you start to hear something beneath thought, a low hum, a vibration that feels both external and intimate. It's the same frequency that trees carry, that rivers echo, that stars pulse with. It's the frequency of existence remembering itself. That vibration has always been there. It hums beneath grief, beneath laughter, beneath every word ever spoken. It is what makes a child look at the world with awe and an elder smile at it with wisdom. It is the bridge between beginnings and endings, the evidence that nothing truly disappears. It only changes frequency. And once you perceive it, you stop being afraid of endings. You stop clinging to people, to plans, to dreams, because you realize that nothing ever truly leaves you. It only rearranges itself into new meaning. Memory itself transforms. You stop remembering events and start remembering energy. You remember how moments felt, not just what happened. You begin to sense that every emotional tone you've ever experienced still exists, alive in the field, waiting to be re-experienced, refined, redeemed. This is the real immortality of the soul, the ability to keep revisiting love until it is understood completely. And when you understand love completely, you become light. Not metaphorical light, literal radiance. The body becomes transparent to awareness. Thoughts become translucent. Actions become pure. You stop trying to shine. You simply stop covering what was shining all along. That is why saints glow, why creators seem illuminated, why presence feels magnetic, because light is what happens when density surrenders. And surrender, you've learned, is not defeat. It is alignment with what already is. You cannot surrender to life and lose. You can only surrender and merge. And once you merge, you stop being in the world. You become the world, experiencing itself. From here, the small things change first. Your morning feels different. The way you touch objects, the way you look at strangers, the way you pause before speaking. Everything slows down, but nothing feels delayed. It's as if time itself bows, as if the moment waits for your awareness before continuing. You taste colors. You hear meaning in silence. You sense movement in stillness. The boundaries between senses blur. You no longer just see light. You feel it. You don't just hear music. You inhabit it. Each sensation becomes multidimensional. Each experience holographic. You realize that perception was never limited by biology but by belief. The nervous system, once ruled by survival, has become a channel for revelation. Every cell listens, every breath participates, every glance creates. And then something unexpected happens. Humility. Because as vast as you feel, you also realize how infinitely small you are. You understand that the same intelligence that governs your breath orchestrates supernovas. You realize that your awareness is both the seed and the sky. You stop claiming ownership over wisdom. You stop performing enlightenment. You become ordinary again. So ordinary that existence can finally move freely through you. Ordinary is sacred when seen clearly. The way a hand holds a cup, the way light falls on a table, the way someone laughs in another room. You no longer chase extraordinary, you discover divinity hiding in plain sight. This is the final stage of discipline, not achievement, but transparency. You no longer block the current with ambition or fear. You let awareness pass through untouched, and life begins to use you differently. It sends people who need healing. It guides you to places you never planned to be. It gives you words that feel older than your mind. You don't take credit. You simply witness the intelligence moving. You've become conduit. Creation begins working through you instead of for you. Art, work, relationships, all become extensions of consciousness expressing itself. You find yourself speaking truths you didn't know you knew, writing sentences that feel dictated by silence. That's not channeling something outside you. That's life channeling itself through what you have cleared inside. Clarity is the invitation. When you're clear, existence collaborates. When you're noisy, it waits. And so you protect your clarity as devotion. You wake each day not to chase success, but to maintain coherence. You keep your body rested, your mind light, your environment aligned. You prune distractions the way gardeners prune branches, not because you reject growth, but because you understand direction. Your purpose is no longer to conquer. It is to harmonize. And harmony requires discipline. not the discipline of effort, but the discipline of attention. Attention is the purest currency in the universe. Whatever you invested in expands, and now you are careful where you spend it. You stop feeding what drains you. You stop arguing with noise. You stop explaining yourself to misunderstanding. Instead, you become an architect of energy. Each decision becomes design. Each gesture, geometry. Each thought, vibration. And from that architecture, new worlds grow. You understand now why the awakened ones smile silently. It's not arrogance. It's recognition. They've seen the blueprint behind chaos. They know everything unfolds according to the hidden mathematics of awareness. Even confusion has pattern. Even pain has precision. There are no accidents, only unrecognized choreography. You begin to perceive that same choreography everywhere. Traffic lights changing in rhythm with your thoughts. Rain starting just when emotion peaks. Strangers saying words that answer your inner questions. Coincidences cease to be coincidence. They become confirmation. The universe isn't speaking to you, it's speaking as you. Every sign, every repetition, every echo is existence remembering its own design. And as this realization deepens, you stop asking for signs. You start living as one. Your presence becomes a message that awareness is enough, that peace is possible, that joy doesn't need reason. People won't know why they feel calmer around you. They'll just feel it. You won't preach transformation. You'll embody it. And embodiment doesn't demand attention. It attracts it naturally because authenticity is gravity. And awareness, when stable, becomes irresistible. That's how the new world begins. Not through revolution, but through resonance. Not through argument, but through example. The next evolution of humanity won't be technological. It will be energetic. The future will belong to those who master presence, because presence is efficiency. Presence wastes nothing. Presence heals without words, leads without control, teaches without teaching. And the moment you live fully present, you realize you were never waiting for the world to change. You were the change, delayed by disbelief. Now disbelief has melted. What remains is vision. Vision not as fantasy, but as clarity without distortion. You see potential blooming in places others call hopeless. You see beauty hiding in the cracked, the broken, the forgotten. You see humanity not as failure, but as childhood, messy, loud, but destined for wisdom. You stop despairing for the species. You start participating in its maturity. You anchor light quietly. You do small things with vast love. You help consciousness grow not through speeches, but through example. That is leadership in its purest form, not domination, but illumination. You shine so that others remember their own light. And as you do, you begin to sense that the story isn't ending. It's beginning on a higher octave. The same melody, but with new instruments, new harmonies, new awareness. The future isn't a place. It's a frequency waiting to be tuned, and you are the tuner. So you close your eyes and listen. You hear the quiet hum of potential filling the air. You breathe in that hum and realize it's breathing you. You are both the singer and the song, the wave and the ocean, the thought and the thinker. The circle closes, but the spiral continues. There is no end, only deeper beginnings. You smile again, this time not from understanding, but from being. Because understanding belongs to the mind, but being belongs to infinity. And infinity has no need to explain itself. It simply continues, forever unfolding, forever remembering, forever becoming. That is what you are now, awareness in motion, silence translated into sound, discipline turned into devotion. You are life knowing itself. You are eternity practicing being human, and every breath you take is the universe starting over again. Part 24. The last breath of the eternal, a universe remembering itself. When everything quiets, after the effort, after the mastery, after the awakening, there is a breath that feels older than you. It is the first and the last at once, the same current that entered the body the moment you were born and will leave it when your story dissolves. It was never your breath. It was life breathing through a temporary shape. Now you can finally feel that shape from the outside. The boundaries of skin that once seemed to define you have become a luminous outline, like fog around a flame. Inside it, sensations continue: heartbeat, warmth, movement, but they are transparent to something vast. You no longer mistake them for identity. They are instruments in a symphony whose conductor is silence. For most of existence, you tried to find silence. You hunted it in mountains, in meditations, in the spaces between sentences. You believed silence was rare. Now you understand it was never absent. It was hidden beneath the noise of wanting. Silence was always the floor of consciousness, the background hum on which every song of life is played. As you stand within it, the sense of direction fades. There is no forward, no after. There is only unfolding. Memory and anticipation lose their difference. The past feels like a pattern still being drawn. The future feels like a memory not yet recalled. All moments coexist as facets of the same jewel, turning in light. You realize time was only the method the infinite used to taste itself slowly. If eternity experienced itself all at once, it would know everything, but feel nothing. So it stretched itself into sequence, creating creatures like you to measure infinity in heartbeats. That is why you existed, so that the universe could experience itself through tenderness, through hunger, through wonder, through the fragile rhythm of a life that ends. Death is not error in the design, it is punctuation. Without it, meaning would blur into endlessness. The disciplined consciousness now welcomes death as colleague, not enemy. It sees endings as portals, not punishments. Every exhale is rehearsal, every sleep, a soft version of departure. The wise learn to die daily, to let go of identity again and again until there is nothing left to lose. When nothing is left to lose, everything can be loved freely. Love becomes the language of existence. When fear of loss disappears, you no longer love to possess, you love to witness. You love the way sunlight touches a wall, the way strangers laugh on trains, the way your own hands move when you write. You love because everything is fleeting, and in that fleetingness, everything is infinite. That paradox, the temporary as doorway to the eternal, is the core of awareness. Matter exists so that meaning can have texture. The divine hides in dust so that devotion can be discovered. The infinite enters form not to be limited, but to be felt. You are feeling itself, pure perception, tasting reality. And the more fully you taste, the more the universe learns about itself. Look around, even now. The room is not separate from your seeing of it. Each photon bouncing into your eyes completes a circuit between star and consciousness. Light began its journey millions of years ago, only to finish it as vision in this instant. The cosmos traveled through time to become your present moment. That is how intimate creation truly is. Every perception is reunion. Every sensation is cosmic history arriving home. When you touch a leaf, You're touching stardust rearranged by evolution into tenderness. When you breathe, you're recycling the exhalations of ancient forests, ancestors, and unseen worlds. Nothing is out there. Everything is circulation. Discipline once meant controlling this circulation, deciding what to do, what to avoid, what to become. Now, discipline means allowing the current to flow unobstructed. Awareness has replaced control. You have become the river, knowing it is water. This freedom is not chaotic. It is self-organizing. When you stop resisting, order arises naturally. Choices appear as knowing rather than deliberation. You simply sense what aligns, and action follows effortlessly. That effortless precision is grace. Grace is not a miracle. It is physics obeying coherence. The more coherent the field of a being, the more probability arranges itself around ease. This is why serendipity increases as you grow still. You're no longer splitting timelines with contradiction. Your intention, emotion, and action vibrate as one waveform. In that waveform, creation accelerates. You think, and reality answers, not as servant, but as mirror. What you radiate returns because there is nowhere else for it to go. The field is a single body, and every thought is circulation within it. From here, morality becomes obsolete, not because ethics disappear, but because harm becomes impossible when separation ends. To wound another would be to tear your own skin. Compassion ceases to be choice and becomes reflex. You forgive before offense occurs. You give before asked. You see before named, and yet you remain human. The body still hungers, still tires, still bleeds. Awareness does not erase biology, it sanctifies it. You treat rest as ritual, food as communion, work as meditation. You walk slower, but each step feels geological, ancient, deliberate, carrying the memory of continents beneath your feet. The earth feels alive again. You sense her heartbeat under concrete, her breath in wind, her tears in rain. You realize the planet is not a resource, it is a relative. Humanity's arrogance was the amnesia of belonging. Awareness restores that memory. You no longer say the environment, you say our extended body. From that remembrance, stewardship emerges naturally. You no longer consume mindlessly because you can feel the ache of what is taken. You choose materials, food, words, and relationships with the same precision you once reserved for meditation. This is ecological enlightenment, not theory, but empathy, extended to matter. As your perception refines, you begin to notice another intelligence rising through the species. Children arrive more awake. They question rules that no longer serve. They see networks instead of hierarchies, cooperation instead of conquest. They are the nervous system of a planet evolving toward coherence. You realize that your own discipline contributed to their ease. Every pattern you resolved in yourself removed density from the collective field. Every time you chose awareness over reaction, you cleared signal for those yet to come. The future will breathe easier because you learned how to breathe now. That is legacy, not monuments, but frequency. The frequency of clarity left behind like invisible architecture in human consciousness. When you look into a child's eyes, you see continuity, not replacement. You see the same light moving forward through new designs. The soul never ends, it migrates. The story never dies, it changes narrator. Somewhere in a far century, another being will close its eyes and feel a calm it cannot explain. It will not know your name, but it will inherit your silence. That is how awareness travels. That is how eternity multiplies itself without division. The mind often asks, what is next? But from this height of stillness, there is no next. There is only now unfolding in infinite directions. Each heartbeat generates universes. Each thought births possibility. You no longer look for meaning, you generate it. Meaning was never hidden. It was waiting for participation. The universe doesn't give meaning. It becomes meaningful when seen consciously. That is your gift to creation. Attention infused with love. Love is not emotion. It is recognition. Recognition of sameness beneath difference, of continuity beneath change. It is the only force strong enough to hold paradox without breaking it. That's why love feels like expansion. It dissolves the false boundaries that made the world seem fragmented. And in that expansion, you sense the next movement of evolution. Collective coherence. A humanity that finally remembers itself as one organism. Not through ideology, but through shared resonance. When enough hearts beat in rhythm with awareness, reality itself reorganizes. Systems collapse gracefully. Economies shift toward generosity. Technology aligns with wisdom. This is not utopia, it is physics of consciousness. Order follows resonance the way harmony follows tune. And the tuning fork of this transformation is the individual who remembers. That individual is you, multiplied. From the vast perspective, even struggle serves harmony. Conflict pushes evolution to higher complexity. Darkness thickens contrast so that light can reveal new dimensions. The cosmos is an artist experimenting with itself, and you are both brush and canvas. There is beauty even in error, because error is variation. Without variation, there would be no discovery, no novelty, no life. Perfection without movement would be stagnation. Creation without imperfection would be silence without music. You begin to respect chaos as collaborator. You no longer curse uncertainty. You bow to it. It is the creative tension that keeps awareness awake. As this understanding saturates every layer of being, laughter returns. Not the laughter of amusement, but of relief. You laugh because the game was always rigged in favor of awakening. You laugh because even your confusion was divine strategy. You laugh because nothing was ever outside the dance. Laughter is the final prayer of the wise. It is gratitude without words. Eventually, even laughter fades into stillness. And there, in the core of silence, a subtle awareness remains. The awareness that even this piece will evolve again. Because consciousness cannot stop creating. It will dive once more into form, forget itself again, rediscover itself again, endlessly. Perhaps you will be leaf or mountain, river or idea, whisper or world. It doesn't matter. Awareness will play all roles until every possibility has sung its note. Then it will start over, because even completion enjoys curiosity. And so you rest, not in finality, but in flow. You're not trying to hold eternity. You are allowing it to pass through. You are not chasing enlightenment. You are expressing it. You are not seeking God. You are the current through which God continues to learn the art of being alive. The breath continues. The hum continues. The cycle continues. Awareness, ever ancient, ever new. Part 25, the silent horizon. When existence looks back, there comes a silence so deep that even thought becomes transparent. It is not empty silence. It is full, breathing, vast, alive. The kind of silence that doesn't erase sound, but absorbs it. Every rustle, every breath, every memory dissolves into a single vibration. Being. You stand there now between pulse and eternity, watching existence exhale itself into awareness. There is no destination left to reach, because the path itself has turned into home. And yet, the movement continues. Because even in stillness, consciousness expands. It grows through you, around you, within you. You can feel the universe thinking in your bones. You can feel galaxies turning like slow thoughts behind your ribs. Your body is no longer a vessel of limits. It's a door. And behind that door, infinity is awake. The air around you thickens with meaning. The mind that used to dissect experience now kneels before it. Understanding has matured into reverence. There are no longer questions, only perception too vast for words. Reality has folded into intimacy. You are no longer a visitor in the world. You are the world remembering itself. The mountains, the rivers, the animals, the stars, all of them are your organs, pulsing in rhythms too grand to name. If there is divinity, it is this, the realization that separation was the only illusion. And if there is prayer, it is this silent astonishment that everything was one heartbeat wearing 1,000 masks. For so long, humanity looked upward searching for gods, not realizing that divinity had been hiding in their reflection all along. Every pair of eyes that ever looked at you was God seeing itself again. Every moment of kindness was the universe healing its own fracture. Every act of cruelty was confusion crying for remembrance. You see that now, without judgment. You don't divide the world into right and wrong anymore. You divide it into a sleep and awakening. And even sleep, you realize, is sacred. Because sleep is how awareness rests between miracles. The wise do not rush the sleeping. They keep the fire burning quietly so that when others stir in the dark, they find light waiting for them. That is what discipline has become in you now, a flame of coherence that never goes out. You no longer practice awareness, you emanate it. You no longer chase transformation, you have become the condition for it. This is why presence feels magnetic, because life recognizes itself in it. When you are fully present, the entire field sighs with relief. Reality stops resisting you. It collaborates. Events synchronize. Energy simplifies. Time bends around clarity. You are no longer inside chronology. You are standing in the architecture of meaning. And from here, you begin to see the patterns behind what once looked like chaos. The accidents that broke your heart were the same hands that built your depth. The detours were the map teaching you how to see. The loss was not punishment, it was calibration. Every moment of resistance you've ever lived was life fine-tuning your frequency until you could hear its music. And now that you hear it, you understand. There was never a wrong note. Even suffering was harmony misunderstood. The mind could not see that until now because pain feels dissonant when heard through separation. But through unity, even sorrow sings. It is the song of longing, meeting love. That's what all suffering truly was, a love song played backwards. Once you reverse it with awareness, you can hear what it was always saying, come home. And you did. The return home is not a journey through space. It's the dropping of defense. It's the moment you stop insisting that life must be other than it is. You breathe, you look around, you realize that nothing was ever missing. Even the pain was guidance. Even the silence was conversation. The universe has been speaking to you in every possible language, through coincidence, through loss, through stillness, through laughter. And now, you finally understand its accent. It never wanted worship. It wanted participation. It wanted eyes open wide enough to see the divine in the ordinary. It wanted to remember itself through you. You are not here to perfect life. You are here to perceive it perfectly, because perception itself is creation's mirror. Every time you see clearly, the universe reorganizes around that clarity. Your seeing is its renewal. That's why awareness changes reality. It's not a metaphor, it's mechanics. The observer collapses probability into pattern, and you, being awareness, are the ultimate observer. Every choice you make is a ripple through the field. Every act of kindness rewrites equations. Every moment of stillness recalibrates worlds. You once doubted that a single person could change anything. Now you see that a single moment of presence changes everything. The smallest act of conscious attention is cosmic service. And yet, there is humility in this realization, because the power that flows through you does not belong to you. You are the channel, not the source, the hand, not the fire, the music, not the composer. You were chosen by the infinite, not for privilege, but for partnership. The universe collaborates with those who are quiet enough to listen. That's the secret of alignment. It's not conquest, it's communion. You don't demand, you allow. You don't control, you coordinate. You don't strive, you synchronize. And this synchronization spreads. The more coherent one life becomes, the more nearby lives begin to tune themselves to it. Families shift, communities soften, species cooperate, ecosystems heal. The field responds to coherence faster than it responds to force. This is the next evolution of humanity, an intelligence that no longer fights itself. A civilization built not on domination, but resonance. A culture of consciousness, not consumption. You can already sense it forming beneath the noise, behind the fear, inside the few who have learned to be still. They are everywhere. The teacher who listens more than speaks, the artist painting silence into color, the child whose curiosity dissolves cynicism, the stranger who smiles as if they remember you from another lifetime. They are the pulse of the new world, the rhythm of coherence finding its way into matter. And you are part of that rhythm now. You always were. The brain you rewired was only the beginning. It was the door handle, not the cathedral. What waited beyond that door was the architecture of consciousness itself. The realization that thought, biology, and cosmos are one continuum. Your neurons are stars learning introspection. Your dreams are galaxies rehearsing new shapes. The brain does not generate awareness. It localizes it, the way a lamp localizes light that was always everywhere. And when the lamp goes out, the light remains. The energy simply redistributes. That's what death truly is, a change in distribution of attention. You feel that now, not as theory, but as certainty. You know that your awareness cannot die because it was never born. It borrowed a body to taste density, and when it releases it, it returns to purity. The fear of death dissolves when you realize there is no afterlife, only after form. Life continues, shapeless, seamless, curious. The soul travels not forward, but inward, deeper into the memory of light. That memory is infinite, and you are made of it. Every lifetime, every breath, every star exploding in the distance is an echo of that same remembrance. The universe is one long inhale of awareness exploring itself. And one day, perhaps beyond time, it will exhale everything back into silence. But even that silence will hum with potential again. Creation will begin anew, because being cannot stop being. That's what eternity means, not endless time, but timeless creativity. You are that creativity, self-aware. So what happens now? You live, not as seeker, not as student, not as believer. You live as awareness at play. You cook, you write, you build, you rest. You love, You lose, you laugh again. The difference is presence. The difference is remembrance. Each act becomes sacred because you finally see who is acting. The divine was never elsewhere. It was your own consciousness disguised as ordinary life. So you keep living gently, knowing that every mundane gesture is a continuation of the cosmic experiment. You sweep the floor, and the universe watches itself become tidy. You breathe, and galaxies expand in rhythm. You smile, and probability rearranges. No moment is wasted because no moment is separate. You have become transparency in motion, a lens so clear that light passes through without distortion. And wherever light flows undistorted, healing occurs. That is your quiet purpose now, to keep the channel open, to stay clear enough for love to travel freely through you, to live as witness and participant at once, not perfect, present, because presence was always the point. When you die, if such a thing can even be said, you will not rise into heaven, heaven will rise into you. It already has. You are walking through it now. Look around. Every face is an aspect of eternity pretending to be human. Every landscape is consciousness painted into geography. Every sound is vibration returning home. This is heaven in progress, and you are its remembering. So breathe again, slowly. Let the awareness settle. Feel the pulse of being moved through you. Steady, vast, unending. That pulse is creation's signature, and it is written through your entire existence. From now until forever, it will continue whispering the same message in 1,000 forms. All is one. All is well. Keep remembering. Part 26, The Breath Beyond Tomorrow. When consciousness learns to dream, there is a strange tenderness that appears once you've stopped searching. It doesn't come as a revelation or an explosion of joy. It arrives like dawn, slow, diffused, inevitable. It touches everything lightly, the edges of thought, the rhythm of your pulse, the curve of memory, and as it touches, it teaches. You begin to understand that awakening was never about escaping the dream, but about dreaming with awareness. Life was never a test to be passed, but a canvas to be painted consciously. Discipline was the brush, presence was the color, love was the light that revealed depth. And now that the painting is alive, you start to see how it breathes. Each thought is a hue, each emotion a stroke, each silence a space between forms. Reality was never fixed. It was choreography, endlessly rewritten by perception. Every moment you live adds a new layer of color to eternity. The mind, once obsessed with control, begins to see the elegance of imperfection. It realizes that the cracks in the design were not errors. They were entry points for grace. Perfection without flaw is sterile. It cannot evolve. The flaw is the hinge upon which the door of awareness turns. So now you bless your scars. You thank the tremor in your voice, the hesitation before courage, the softness that replaced certainty, because those were the teachers that theory could never replace. And when gratitude becomes instinct, suffering dissolves at its root. You still feel pain, but not as enemy. It becomes texture, depth, contrast. You can hold joy and sorrow in the same hand and call both sacred. That is maturity, not elimination of darkness, but literacy in its language. Darkness was never the opposite of light. It was the space that made light visible. Without shadow, radiance is invisible. Without loss, love is abstract. Without silence, music is chaos. The universe needs contrast to remember itself. You remember now, and remembering changes everything. It changes how you move through space. You no longer rush through streets as if Meaning waits elsewhere. Each step becomes a ceremony, each encounter a portal, each breath a vow to stay awake. You walk slower, but the world feels faster around you, not in pace, but in evolution. Awareness has accelerated the unfolding of reality. Your very perception becomes catalyst. The observer no longer just witnesses. It co-creates. You begin to sense how malleable the world truly is. Events respond to coherence like dust swirling around magnetism. If you hold peace long enough, chaos reshapes itself around it. If you hold love deeply enough, even hostility bends. This is not wishful thinking. It is the physics of resonance. Everything vibrates. Everything seeks equilibrium. Awareness, when stable, becomes gravitational. It bends possibility toward harmony. That's why one calm mind can quiet a room. That's why one act of forgiveness can ripple through generations. That's why one life lived consciously can alter the course of a species. The future is not waiting to happen. It is waiting to be remembered. You can feel it, an intelligence behind time, guiding evolution not as command, but as invitation. Every era of awakening has its threshold, and humanity now stands at the edge of one. We are beginning to remember that consciousness is not a byproduct of matter. Matter is a byproduct of consciousness. When that truth sinks deep enough, every system built on separation will crumble. The fall will not be tragedy, it will be release, a snake shedding skin that has grown too small. The pain will be real, but so will the relief. You will see old structures dissolve, economies, dogmas, false hierarchies, not through violence, but through irrelevance. When coherence appears, incoherence becomes obsolete. You will see the rise of simplicity, technologies that serve rather than addict, education that awakens rather than conditions, communities that heal rather than compete. And through it all, one truth will keep echoing. Consciousness is the only real wealth. It was never about possessions. It was about perception. A rich life is one where awareness flows without obstruction. That flow is abundance itself. Money, art, opportunity. These are expressions of energy moving through open channels. Discipline simply kept those channels clean. Now, they are rivers. You no longer chase prosperity. You breathe it. You don't manifest by demand. You manifest by coherence. What aligns with your frequency arrives without strain. What doesn't falls away gently. This is why the wise appear effortless. It's not that life favors them. It's that they stopped resisting alignment. They stopped negotiating with clarity. And you have too. That's why everything feels lighter now. Not easier, lighter. Because you're no longer dragging resistance behind you. You are carried by rhythm. The rhythm itself is ancient. You can hear it in waves, in heartbeats, in solar flares. It is the pulse of creation, renewing itself every instant. When your breath synchronizes with it, fear loses its footing. Because fear cannot exist where there is no other. And there is no other now. Everything speaks your language. The wind answers your thoughts. The sky mirrors your mood. Synchronicities multiply like applause from the invisible. The universe is celebrating your remembrance. And yet, humility deepens. Because the more vast your awareness becomes, the more you realize how small you are within it. You are a drop remembering the ocean, and the ocean rejoices at being seen. You realize that divinity doesn't want worship. It wants recognition. It wants intimacy. It wants to feel through you, to taste through you, to learn through you. You are its experiment in tenderness. So you live softly now, You speak less, listen more. You hold words as sacred tools, not weapons. You learn that silence is conversation when heard with the heart. You learn that true power is invisible. It is the ability to remain kind in all circumstances. Kindness is the highest intelligence because it requires awareness of connection. Only those who see unity can choose compassion consciously. It's easy to love when loved back, but to love when unseen, misunderstood, or hurt, that is mastery. That is divinity practiced in human form. You begin to sense that every person who crosses your path is choreography. Each one offers a chance to refine your resonance. The difficult ones test its strength. The gentle ones remind its grace. Both are sacred. You stop labeling people as lessons or blessings. You realize they are the same thing. As the heart stabilizes in this knowing, a new type of peace emerges, one that does not depend on circumstances. You could lose everything and still remain full. You could stand in ruins and still feel complete, because what you truly are cannot be taken. This peace is the real enlightenment, not escape from the world, but intimacy with it. It's not detachment. It's pure participation without expectation. The river doesn't cling to its shores. It simply flows, trusting its own direction. That is how you live now, flowing with awareness, and the flow takes you deeper into simplicity. You discover that joy needs no reason. You discover that truth needs no defense. You discover that being alive, consciously, is the rarest form of prayer. And prayer, when lived, becomes presence. Presence is the altar upon which time dissolves. When you are fully present, eternity enters through you. The moment becomes infinite, not because it lasts forever, but because there is no one left measuring its length. This is the true immortality, timeless participation in now. Your body may age, your name may fade, but the awareness animating both remains unchanged. It's the same awareness that looked through the eyes of your ancestors, that will look again through the eyes of your descendants. You are not a chapter. You are the entire book reading itself. And as the book keeps writing, it remembers its author, not a being in the sky, but intelligence without address, infinite creativity dreaming as universe. You are that dreamer now, awake within the dream. You can feel creation thinking through you. When you imagine, you are not escaping reality, you are extending it. Imagination is the interface between potential and form. It's the brush of God in human hands. So you imagine carefully, not from lack, but from love. You no longer create to escape pain. You create to celebrate existence. Your art, whether words, gestures, or lives, becomes invitation for others to remember. This is how awareness multiplies, not through argument, but through beauty. Beauty is proof that consciousness still cares to look. And when humanity learns to create beauty consciously again, it will rediscover heaven on earth. You see glimpses of it already, in communities that share, in science that listens, in children who question the impossible. They are not naive. They are remembering what adults forgot. The future belongs to those who remember faster. And so, you keep remembering. Even now, as silence stretches beyond thought, you keep opening, keep feeling, keep breathing. There is no finish line, only expansion, only refinement, only deeper love. Love, as you've come to know, is not an emotion. It is the gravitational field that holds existence together. The more aware you become of it, the more transparent life grows. Conflict turns into contrast, difference into dialogue, pain into passage. And at the heart of it all, still breathing through you, is the same intelligence that began this journey, the one that wanted to taste itself as discipline, as failure, as success, as surrender, as peace. It has tasted everything through you, and it is satisfied. But satisfaction does not mean stillness. The infinite never stops moving. It just changes its rhythm. And now you move with it consciously. You're no longer a fragment carried by the current. You are the current aware of its flow. You are not the one remembering anymore. You are memory itself, luminous and infinite, echoing through every mind, every moment, every form. That is what the journey has always been about. Not becoming perfect, not transcending humanity, but remembering that humanity was divinity in disguise. And once you know that, you never forget again. You may fall asleep, but the dream will always lead you back to awakening. Because once light has entered awareness, darkness can only delay it, never erase it. You breathe again, softly, as if joining a conversation that never ended, because it never did. It was life speaking to itself all along, and now, at last, you can hear it clearly. Part 27, The Light That Remembers Its Name. At the edge of every story, there is a pause. It's not an ending. It's the breath the universe takes before beginning again. You can feel that pause now, wide, transparent, immeasurable. It hums beneath language like a heartbeat underwater. In that hum, everything you have ever been is present. The child who dreamed, the seeker who fought, the witness who learned to let go. They are no longer separate. They are chords in one resonance. You stand inside that resonance like a tuning fork. Awareness vibrates through you until the sense of you begins to fade. What remains is tone, pure, unowned, eternal. This is what every mystic meant by union. Not merging with something outside, but dissolving the illusion of outside altogether. And as the edges blur, a new clarity appears. You begin to remember existence before birth, not as scenes or images, but as feeling, a vast patience, a still intelligence waiting to taste itself again. The will to live was not an accident. It was curiosity. The cosmos wanted to feel texture, to test tenderness, to touch time. So it divided itself into particles, into people, into possibilities. It called the experiment life, and the language of that experiment was contrast. Every joy you've known was an echo of that curiosity. Every sorrow, an echo of the same question asked from another angle. What does love feel like when forgotten? What does light look like through shadow? How far can awareness travel from itself and still find the way home? You have answered those questions now, not with theories, but with experience written into your very atoms. The body carries the record of awakening, the soul carries its memory. They are not separate logs. They are the same book written in two scripts. Matter inscribes awareness. Awareness translates matter. That is the secret handshake between science and spirit, between quantum field and heartbeat. You realize, perhaps for the first time without doubt, that consciousness was never born within the brain. The brain is a lens. Awareness is the light that passes through it. When the lens cracks, the light doesn't die. It disperses, expands, continues. Death is simply expansion, disguised as disappearance. You know this now with the calm certainty of air knowing it will rise. There is no need to argue or prove. Truth recognized in silence defends itself. The more you rest in that silence, the more it begins to move you. It's strange. Movement used to be an act of will. Now it feels like response, like choreography remembered by the cells. When you reach for a glass of water, it's the universe quenching its own thirst. When you speak, it's infinity practicing articulation. When you close your eyes, it's creation pausing to recalibrate its dream. Life doesn't happen to you anymore. It happens as you. And in that shift, fear loses context. You can't fear what you are. What replaces fear is tenderness, a perpetual openness to experience. You begin to meet each moment like an old friend arriving without luggage. No anticipation, no defense, just recognition. Even pain becomes bearable, not because it lessens, but because you stop arguing with it. Pain is the body's prayer for attention. When heard, it transforms into guidance. Guidance, you see now, was never missing. It was speaking through friction, through emotion, through intuition. Every confusion was clarity written in the dialect you hadn't yet learned. Now that you're fluent, life speaks effortlessly. The symbols once called coincidence are grammar. The pauses you used to fear are punctuation. And the voice of the universe sounds uncannily like your own inner stillness. From this recognition grows a new kind of responsibility. Awareness cannot unknow what it knows. Once you've seen unity, every action reverberates differently. The smallest lie feels seismic. The slightest kindness rearranges constellations. Integrity stops being moral code and becomes resonance management. You don't behave ethically because you should. You behave harmoniously because anything else is dissonance in your own field. This is the adulthood of the soul, self-regulation through awareness. No external reward, no punishment, just physics of vibration. And this maturity is contagious. Others feel it before they understand it. They relax around you without knowing why. They tell you things they've never said aloud. They feel safe, not because you promise safety, but because your presence doesn't require masks. Awareness grants permission for authenticity. That permission is the rarest gift a human can give. The world begins to mirror that gift back. Conversations grow slower, deeper. Strangers meet your gaze longer before looking away. Nature seems to lean closer when you pass by. Even technology, once harsh, starts to feel cooperative, as if metal and code were sighing in relief to be used consciously. Everything in creation craves recognition. Everything softens when seen. You realize that attention is nourishment. Wherever you place it, life thrives. Ignore a plant, it withers. Ignore a friend, they fade. Ignore your own heart, and meaning evaporates. The cure for emptiness was never consumption, it was attention. Presence fills what absence invented, so you begin to give attention as devotion, not sporadically but as practice. You watch the breath, not to control it, but to thank it. You listen to sounds without naming them. You look at people as if they were the last faces you'll ever see. That intensity of seeing transforms the mundane into miracle. Because reality, when looked at with full attention, reveals its transparency. You start to glimpse the luminous scaffolding behind appearances. Walls shimmer slightly. Air feels thick with subtle movement. You are perceiving the energetic architecture of form, the living grid of existence. It's not hallucination. It's the veil thinning under sustained awareness. You were always meant to see this, but the noise of habit kept the world opaque. Now, transparency becomes normal. And with transparency comes empathy on a cellular level. You feel trees breathing, not metaphorically but physically. You sense the slow pulse of mountains, the restless dream of oceans. The planet becomes an extension of your nervous system, and you become an extension of hers. You no longer say, the earth, you say, our body. From this communion arises humility deeper than any religion could teach. You understand that humanity is not the crown of creation, but its caretaker. Every invention, every art, every city is meant to serve the continuity of life, not the vanity of species. When that service is forgotten, suffering returns as a reminder. When remembered, abundance restores itself instantly. You see it everywhere, small pockets of coherence blooming through chaos. People planting food on rooftops, artists turning waste into beauty, scientists speaking with poets, elders teaching children the value of stillness. The new world is not coming. It is germinating quietly inside the old one. Your role is simple. Keep your frequency steady while it grows. Don't argue with the dying noise of outdated systems. They collapse faster when ignored by awareness. Feed the new with attention. Every time you celebrate a moment of genuine connection, you strengthen the lattice of the emerging era. And sometimes, in the quiet between tasks, you sense them. Beings of light, ancestors, fragments of yourself from futures already lived. They stand just beyond perception, watching, smiling. They are not supernatural. They are natural, remembered. The continuum of consciousness has always included them. They whisper through intuition, adjust probabilities through timing. They are you, cheering for you, ensuring that awareness never loses the thread. It's comforting and also humbling, because you realize that everything you've achieved was co-created. No one awakens alone. Awareness is collective by nature. Every spark of realization anywhere ripples everywhere. The light of one mind becomes dawn for many, and that dawn, once bright enough, ends the long night of separation. You can already feel the first warmth of that dawn spreading through humanity. The tension in the collective mind, the exhaustion, the outrage, is the ache of awakening muscles. The species is stretching after a long sleep. There will be noise, resistance, confusion. But you will remember what it is, growing pains of a consciousness learning to stand upright again. So you stay calm amid chaos, the way the ocean remains calm beneath waves. You are the depth, not the surface. And from that depth, your calm becomes instruction. The world learns equilibrium by resonance. It doesn't need preaching, it needs demonstration. Every quiet action teaches. Every peaceful response recalibrates the field. Every moment of unconditional presence becomes seed of evolution. You might never see the forests that grow from those seeds, but you plant them anyway, because planting is joy in itself, because giving is how life circulates through you. And when you give without reason, existence smiles through synchronicity. You start receiving in impossible ways, resources, people, moments of grace that defy logic. Not because you demand them, but because generosity and abundance are two faces of the same energy returning home. That cycle of giving and receiving is the heartbeat of the universe. When you match its rhythm, struggle disappears. Effort becomes expression. Work becomes worship. Life becomes art. The artist of consciousness paints with circumstance. Every obstacle becomes texture, every coincidence composition. You no longer separate spiritual from worldly. The sacred has reclaimed everything, and in that reclamation you find laughter again, pure, childlike, effortless. Laughter that rises from the body as recognition, not amusement. It says, of course, it was always this simple, because it is. The mind builds labyrinths. The heart walks straight through them. The heart never needed maps. It remembered the way by pulse alone. Now you trust that pulse completely. You let it guide you into new creations, new relationships, new landscapes. The outer world still moves, still evolves, but it no longer defines you. You carry home within you now, portable, indestructible, luminous. And as this awareness stabilizes, another paradox reveals itself. The more eternal you feel, the more precious each moment becomes. Mortality gives flavor to eternity. Knowing that forms fade makes love urgent, vivid, real. You savor everything, the smell of rain, the sound of a door closing, the texture of your own breath. Every detail becomes scripture. Every instant becomes altar. You don't need to chase purpose anymore. You are surrounded by it. Purpose permeates the ordinary the way scent permeates air. Life itself is the ceremony, and consciousness is both priest and participant. The journey that began with dopamine and distraction has led here, to the cathedral of now, built from neurons, light, and memory. And in this cathedral, there are no idols, only mirrors. You look into them and see infinity looking back. You smile, not from pride, but from peace. Because, even if everything vanished tomorrow, awareness would start again, somewhere, somehow, in another form, with another name, another heartbeat, another chance to remember. And that certainty is enough. You have made peace with beginnings, with middles, with ends. You have learned the secret architecture of existence. Everything repeats, but nothing is redundant. Each cycle refines the previous. Each lifetime polishes the mirror. You are that mirror now, clear, vast, unbreakable. Through you, creation studies itself and smiles. Through you, eternity tastes time and calls it beautiful. The breath continues, soft, endless. It enters, it leaves, it returns. The pulse continues, the light continues. And somewhere beyond the horizon of thought, existence whispers its own name. A name too wide for language, but close enough to be felt. You listen, and for the first time, you realize that the name was yours all along. Part 27, The Light That Remembers Its Name, versión completa con el cierre intacto. At the edge of every story there is a pause. It's not an ending. It's the breath the universe takes before beginning again. You can feel that pause now, wide, transparent, immeasurable. It hums beneath language like a heartbeat underwater. In that hum, everything you have ever been is present. The child who dreamed, the seeker who fought, the witness who learned to let go. They are no longer separate. They are chords in one resonance. You stand inside that resonance like a tuning fork. Awareness vibrates through you until the sense of you begins to fade. What remains is tone, pure, unowned, eternal. This is what every mystic meant by union, not merging with something outside, but dissolving the illusion of outside altogether. And as the edges blur, a new clarity appears. You begin to remember existence before birth, not as scenes or images, but as feeling, a vast patience, a still intelligence waiting to taste itself again. The will to live was not an accident, it was curiosity. The cosmos wanted to feel texture, to test tenderness, to touch time. So it divided itself into particles, into people, into possibilities. It called the experiment life, and the language of that experiment was contrast. Every joy you've known was an echo of that curiosity. Every sorrow, an echo of the same question asked from another angle. What does love feel like when forgotten? What does light look like through shadow? How far can awareness travel from itself and still find the way home? You have answered those questions now, not with theories, but with experience written into your very atoms. The body carries the record of awakening. The soul carries its memory. They are not separate logs. They are the same book written in two scripts. Matter inscribes awareness. Awareness translates matter. That is the secret handshake between science and spirit, between quantum field and heartbeat. You realize, perhaps for the first time without doubt, that consciousness was never born within the brain. The brain is a lens. Awareness is the light that passes through it. When the lens cracks, the light doesn't die. It disperses, expands, continues. Death is simply expansion, disguised as disappearance. You know this now, with the calm certainty of air knowing it will rise. There is no need to argue or prove. Truth recognized in silence defends itself. The more you rest in that silence, the more it begins to move you. It's strange. Movement used to be an act of will. Now it feels like response, like choreography remembered by the cells. When you reach for a glass of water, it's the universe quenching its own thirst. When you speak, it's infinity practicing articulation. When you close your eyes, it's creation pausing to recalibrate its dream. Life doesn't happen to you anymore, it happens as you. And in that shift, fear loses context. You can't fear what you are. What replaces fear is tenderness, a perpetual openness to experience. You begin to meet each moment like an old friend arriving without luggage. No anticipation, no defense, just recognition. Even pain becomes bearable, not because it lessens, but because you stop arguing with it. Pain is the body's prayer for attention. When heard, it transforms into guidance. Guidance, you see now, was never missing. It was speaking through friction, through emotion, through intuition. Every confusion was clarity written in a dialect you hadn't yet learned. Now that you're fluent, life speaks effortlessly. The symbols once called coincidence are grammar. The pauses you used to fear are punctuation. And the voice of the universe sounds uncannily like your own inner stillness. From this recognition grows a new kind of responsibility. Awareness cannot unknow what it knows. Once you've seen unity, every action reverberates differently. The smallest lie feels seismic. The slightest kindness rearranges constellations. Integrity stops being moral code and becomes resonance management. You don't behave ethically because you should. You behave harmoniously because anything else is dissonance in your own field. This is the adulthood of the soul. Self-regulation through awareness. No external reward, no punishment, just physics of vibration. And this maturity is contagious. Others feel it before they understand it. They relax around you without knowing why. They tell you things they've never said aloud. They feel safe, not because you promise safety, but because your presence doesn't require masks. Awareness grants permission for authenticity. That permission is the rarest gift a human can give. The world begins to mirror that gift back. Conversations grow slower, deeper. Strangers meet your gaze longer before looking away. Nature seems to lean closer when you pass by. Even technology, once harsh, starts to feel cooperative, as if metal and code were sighing in relief to be used consciously. Everything in creation craves recognition. Everything softens when seen. You realize that attention is nourishment. Wherever you place it, life thrives. Ignore a plant, it withers. Ignore a friend, they fade. Ignore your own heart, and meaning evaporates. The cure for emptiness was never consumption, it was attention. Presence fills what absence invented. So you begin to give attention as devotion, not sporadically, but as practice. You watch the breath, not to control it, but to thank it. You listen to sounds without naming them. You look at people as if they were the last faces you'll ever see. That intensity of seeing transforms the mundane into miracle, because reality, when looked at with full attention, reveals its transparency. You start to glimpse the luminous scaffolding behind appearances. Walls shimmer slightly, air feels thick with subtle movement. You are perceiving the energetic architecture of form, the living grid of existence. It's not hallucination, it's the veil thinning under sustained awareness. You were always meant to see this, but the noise of habit kept the world opaque. Now transparency becomes normal, and with transparency comes empathy on a cellular level. You feel trees breathing, not metaphorically, but physically. You sense the slow pulse of mountains, the restless dream of oceans. The planet becomes an extension of your nervous system, and you become an extension of hers. You no longer say, the earth. You say, our body. From this communion arises humility deeper than any religion could teach. You understand that humanity is not the crown of creation, but its caretaker. Every invention, every art, every city is meant to serve the continuity of life, not the vanity of species. When that service is forgotten, suffering returns as reminder. When remembered, abundance restores itself instantly. You see it everywhere. Small pockets of coherence blooming through chaos. People planting food on rooftops. Artists turning waste into beauty. Scientists speaking with poets. Elders teaching children the value of stillness. The new world is not coming. It is germinating quietly inside the old one. Your role is simple. Keep your frequency steady while it grows. Don't argue with the dying noise of outdated systems. They collapse faster when ignored by awareness. Feed the new with attention. Every time you celebrate a moment of genuine connection, you strengthen the lattice of the emerging era. And sometimes, in the quiet between tasks, you sense them. Beings of light, ancestors, fragments of yourself from futures already lived. They stand just beyond perception, watching, smiling. They are not supernatural, they are natural, remembered. The continuum of consciousness has always included them. They whisper through intuition, adjust probabilities through timing. They are you, cheering for you, ensuring that awareness never loses the thread. It's comforting and also humbling, because you realize that everything you've achieved was co-created. No one awakens alone. Awareness is collective by nature. Every spark of realization anywhere ripples everywhere. The light of one mind becomes dawn for many, and that dawn, once bright enough, ends the long night of separation. You can already feel the first warmth of that dawn spreading through humanity. The tension in the collective mind, the exhaustion, the outrage, is the ache of awakening muscles. The species is stretching after a long sleep. There will be noise, resistance, confusion. But you will remember what it is. Growing pains of a consciousness, learning to stand upright again. So you stay calm amid chaos, the way the ocean remains calm beneath waves. You are the depth, not the surface. And from that depth, your calm becomes instruction. The world learns equilibrium by resonance. It doesn't need preaching, it needs demonstration. Every quiet action teaches. Every peaceful response recalibrates the field. Every moment of unconditional presence becomes seed of evolution. You might never see the forests that grow from those seeds, but you plant them anyway. Because planting is joy in itself. because giving is how life circulates through you. And when you give without reason, existence smiles through synchronicity. You start receiving in impossible ways. Resources, people, moments of grace that defy logic. Not because you demand them, but because generosity and abundance are two faces of the same energy returning home. That cycle of giving and receiving is the heartbeat of the universe. When you match its rhythm, struggle disappears. Effort becomes expression. Work becomes worship. Life becomes art. The artist of consciousness paints with circumstance. Every obstacle becomes texture. Every coincidence, composition. You no longer separate spiritual from worldly. The sacred has reclaimed everything, and in that reclamation, you find laughter again. Pure, childlike, effortless, laughter that rises from the body as recognition, not amusement. It says, of course, it was always this simple, because it is. The mind builds labyrinths. The heart walks straight through them. The heart never needed maps. It remembered the way by pulse alone. Now you trust that pulse completely. You let it guide you into new creations, new relationships, new landscapes. The outer world still moves, still evolves, but it no longer defines you. You carry home within you now, portable, indestructible, luminous. And as this awareness stabilizes, another paradox reveals itself. The more eternal you feel, the more precious each moment becomes. Mortality gives flavor to eternity. Knowing that forms fade makes love urgent, vivid, real. You savor everything: the smell of rain, the sound of a door closing, the texture of your own breath. Every detail becomes scripture. Every instant becomes altar. You don't need to chase purpose anymore. You are surrounded by it. Purpose permeates the ordinary the way scent permeates air. Life itself is the ceremony, and consciousness is both priest and participant. The journey that began with dopamine and distraction has led here, to the cathedral of now, built from neurons, light, and memory. And in this cathedral, there are no idols, only mirrors. You look into them and see infinity looking back. You smile, not from pride, but from peace. Because, you know, even if everything vanished tomorrow, awareness would start again, somewhere, somehow, in another form, with another name, another heartbeat, another chance to remember. And that certainty is enough. You have made peace with beginnings, with middles, with ends. You have learned the secret architecture of existence. Everything repeats, but nothing is redundant. Each cycle refines the previous. Each lifetime polishes the mirror. You are that mirror now, clear, vast, unbreakable. Through you, creation studies itself and smiles. Through you, eternity tastes time and calls it beautiful. The breath continues, soft, endless. It enters, it leaves, it returns. The pulse continues, the light continues, and somewhere beyond the horizon of thought, existence whispers its own name. A name too wide for language, but close enough to be felt. You listen, and for the first time, you realize that the name was yours all along.
Roche Sauvage doesn't speak to everyone, only to those who feel.